So who's going to go first with their questions?
I was wondering what Sally had at the expo you were at, because you mentioned them.
The thing I remember the most is Sally had a massive T-Rex that was sitting inside a barricade. And every so often, smoke would start pouring up out of it. The lights would start flashing, and then he'd start kind of lurching up out of it. And I want to say the other thing they had, I think they were advertising at the time, it was a dark ride. I want to say it was there was like a, I want to say like a police sheriff or something.
Yeah, I think it's called Quick Draw.
Yeah, and the way he animated his mouth was that his mustache would move.
Yeah. Now I have a picture of that booth from, I think that was 96 or 97, because Sally has a whole webpage where they show each of their booths from the trade shows over the years.
Yeah, it probably was 96 then that I went.
Yeah.
Did you ever customize the store in Montgomery? Because they had like all these weird things, like Jasper was sitting on a trash can and all that weird stuff.
No, I didn't, but it's funny that you mentioned Montgomery, because that's where I actually got my start with the company. I actually was attending Auburn University at the time. And one of the things that I decided was one day I just woke up and I was like, you know what I really want to do is I want to do Disney Imagineer stuff. I want to do robotic animation. I want to try my hat at that. And it's a trade. It's not really something you go to college for. So I actually drove down over to Montgomery. It was about 45-minute drive. And went to the store there, talked with the store manager, kind of said, hey, I'm interested in this. You know, is there anything that you have that you could show me? And he said, well, you know, we don't have a lot right now, but I do need a game room attendant. And would you like to, you know, just come work part-time? And then you could come over and, you know, check out the show and stuff like that with the tech when he's here. And I thought, sure, why not? And that's actually how I got my start with CEC. But I did not have anything to do with their stage. At the time, it was a standard 3-stage concept unification, you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
How did you make your way to the corporate office?
There's a long version, but I'll try to give you the short version of that. So basically, it was really about being in the right place at the right time and meeting the right people. I started in Montgomery. Then when it came for summer break, that's because Auburn at the time was doing a quarter system, no semesters like it is now. But anyway, during the summer, I was like, well, I can't stay here at Auburn during the summer. I've got to go home to Birmingham. Oh, you have to apologize. This is my cat getting in the way. Anyway, so I asked if I could transfer up to Birmingham and up to the store up there and work up there. And I did. And then during my time there, I talked with the tech there, who his name was Darren Falcon, and great guy. And he had been the tech there for quite some time. And I talked to him about the show. He let me kind of come help him work on the show, do some stuff like that. And I kind of got into a point of kind of the idea of kind of like saying, hey, can I be like a tech? You know, what would it take to be a tech? And they actually had an assistant tech position that was opening up. And they said, well, we need an assistant tech. Would you like to do that? And I said, yeah, that would be great. And they said, well, the position's in Mobile, Alabama. And I said, okay, that's not a problem. I could transfer schools, go to South Alabama, and I could be an assistant tech. Literally, I kid you not, 1 week later, the district manager called me and he said, hey, we were going to have you be the assistant tech in Mobile, and the person we were going to hire as the tech has dropped out at the last minute. And I want to take a chance and offer you the position. And of course I said yes. I mean, I was like, sure, yeah, I'll take a tech job, tech manager of a store. So I went down to Mobile and started as the store's tech manager. And when I got the store, the show was in really bad shape. They had not had a tech for a very long time, and various techs had been volunteering time going down there, just trying to keep everything running. And of course, when you're a store tech, it's not only the show, it's the games too. I mean, it's the whole thing, So there was, nowhere to go but up. And when I was down there, I thought, okay, this show needs a lot of work, and it's in rough shape. So let's improve it. Let's make this better. Let's take this show back to the days that, we remember from like the Rock-afire explosion, where it was exciting to see the show, that, it was interesting to look at, that's one of the advantages this 3-stage show always had, was that there was so much to look at and so much moving. So I started working on the stage and cleaning it up, and then got into designing wise. I was like, well, this costume isn't working. The way it's designed isn't designed well because of the way the mechanics are inside the robot. Started working on redesigning that, which led to the green and yellow Helen cheerleader outfit. And we actually implemented that district wide. Everybody loved it. And just our district manager was like, I want to do this for all the stores because this just looks better, What I didn't realize at the time was, and we all jokingly, they referred to the show as the sacred cow. I didn't realize at the time that I was messing with the sacred cow. And it was getting some attention at the corporate level. And not all attention is always good attention. But in my process of working on the show, improving it, taking it through different phases, I tried different sets. I went through a set that was kind of like a Vegas or Hollywood type set where it was a little more upscale. And I ultimately ended on the Playroom set, which I thought was more fun, more kid oriented, was bright and colorful. And I kind of made it like a promotional video. That's one of the videos that I plan to post to kind of show what I had done with the show, because my district manager was like, you really need to send this to the entertainment department. And so it caught the eye of some of the people in the entertainment department, the vice president, who was in charge of entertainment, and several other people. And I got a call after, I want to say, I don't know, it was about a month or so. I got a call from the entertainment department. I was contacted by, at the time, the entertainment department, the studio manager, his name was Ken Price. Ken contacted me and he said, hey, do you want to come out here and work on a show? Now, interestingly enough, I guess I need to backstep a little bit. When I went to Mobile as the store tech manager, I actually was 19 at the time. And I think I was one of the youngest or the youngest tech manager they had ever had. And I had to wait. There was some weird thing they had to do. Like I had to be 20 before I could go to Chuck E. Cheese University. So it was quite interesting. But Ken was my trainer at Chuck E. Cheese University, which was actually in the back of the Arlington, Texas store. Ironically, same place that the same place that the Awesome Adventure Machine was assembled and tested. And so I went through Chuck E. Cheese University for techs and passed through that. I have my official diploma. And went on back to my store, then got contacted by Ken saying, hey, we're working on this project and I need some help. Would you be willing to come out to Dallas for a couple months and help us finish the show and get it installed? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to, absolutely. So we kind of worked it out where I had some other techs were going to come fill in Mobile. And so I packed up a few things for a couple of months and drove out to Dallas. And I had a hotel room out there that I stayed in initially. It was like a like a Super 8, I think is what it was. And once again, right place, right time. 2 weeks into working with them on the Awesome Adventure Machine, Ken comes in and says, I'm taking another job with another company and I'm leaving Chuck E. Cheese. And I'm panicking, going, okay, what happens to me? Do I get sent back to Mobile? What's going to happen? And the VP of Entertainment, about a week later, came to me and said, hey, you've been working on this project now for a couple of weeks. Ken can't speak highly enough about you. We want to offer you the position of studio manager. So I was like, sure. That sounds awesome. I'd love to. So that began my time at the corporate level. And it was the finishing of the Awesome Adventure Machine and going into Studio C and moving through all of that was my time at the actual corporate office. So yeah, it's a rather interesting story. And it's kind of, like I said, it's meeting the right people and being in the right place at the right time. And also, it's just, like anybody will tell you, it's having the passion and the love for something and working really hard at it, and that shows and people recognize that, so it was real interesting how I got there. I mean, and it seemed like a whirlwind, because I tell you, the craziest part was once I got the position, corporate relocated me to Dallas, and I literally had 24 hours. I flew to Mobile, had 24 hours to pack up everything I owned before a moving truck arrived to pick it up. And I flew back. So that was a little chaotic. But that's how I got there.
Going back a little bit, yeah, Darren, I think I recognize that name. I think he was the tech at Birmingham still up until like 2 years ago. So that was cool.
Darren got promoted to, I want to say he was I think he was made it to a regional tech, I think at one point. I know he was district tech for a while, but I think he made it to a regional tech.
Yeah, I mean, you got Mobile looking the best it had ever been, because yeah, of course, there's a video from '98 and it's just falling apart. It's awful. And Mobile must have had a problem with not being able to keep text, because I remember when I went over the years, I mean, it was just, they went through them like, So yeah,
I'm not sure. I mean, the stores in general, I mean, it's complicated, because the way the stores are set up and the way the budgets were set up is there was a mathematical formula for how much you could spend on the show, and it was based on the store sales. You had a portion that would go to games and a portion that would go to the show, and of course the show budget was the lowest number. Games always took a priority. I invested a lot of time and energy into the show, and quite frankly, I invested some of my own money into that show because there wasn't budget to get it where it needed to go. And to me, it was, kind of a passionate project, so to keep the shows running, I mean, it takes a lot of work. And originally, my understanding when it was originally Showbiz Pizza Place, when the locations were Showbiz locations, that the actual technician for the store, the head tech for the store, actually was required. They spent all morning working on the show. That's all they did.
Yeah.
The assistant tech handled everything like the games and the rides and all of that, but they were really heavy on the maintenance factor for the show. And that's what kind of changed when the companies combined and the direction kind of shifted.
Yeah. That shows a lot too, because and I look at home videos of all these Showbiz stores, and after about 84, I mean, the shows just kind of fall into disrepair. It's kind of strange, but yeah, I mean, nowadays the show, I mean, it's the last still, and there's so little budget going into the shows nowadays, and they're running out of parts, and just all these shows out there are falling apart. And I mean, you really got to you really can't really chalk it up to the techs not caring. It's just no money and no parts, and just
It is. It's a compounded problem. It is very difficult. I mean, it's difficult on the techs, because you also have to have all the training to understand, how to repair the shows. And you've got techs that are more, electronically inclined, stuff for the games and stuff like that, but not necessarily mechanically inclined for the shows, and you're also dealing with, robots that have been around for 40 plus years, and that's a long time for a machine to be running, nonstop, even with parts, I mean, keeping that going. So it is complicated. And, obviously the company, has moved away from that aspect of the entertainment part, and moved more to the walk around character, more video driven stuff like that. And it's a difficult decision to make. Obviously things are driven by finances, and what gets the biggest bang for the buck, and also the change in times where when animatronics first came out, they were unbelievable. It was something people just couldn't get enough of, and they became more commonplace. So the draw for it, has become less over time. And I mean, this even scales to massive theme parks like Disney and, Universal. They've all scaled back on their animatronic offerings, they're not doing the major, huge animatronic shows like we used to see. You're getting less figures now than you used to, even though they're more sophisticated, there's less of them. And they also break down more often because they're so complicated compared to what started out back in the, early 80s, late 70s, but yes, I mean, it is difficult for the techs to, keep up with everything and to have the budget, have the money to keep it going.
I know you painted the wink for the Mobile store, correct? Yes. Did you paint them for the entire district, or just the one in Mobile and the others followed suit?
Honestly, that's a good question. I may have painted them for everybody else. I got the inspiration from, I want to say it was the Irving store had one that was done in color. And I thought, this looks really good. I was like, why can't we have this, and so I airbrushed the one that we had in Mobile. I may have done the other ones. I don't know. So that is a good question. Either that or ultimately they got changed out, I doubt that. I doubt they would go to that expense to change it out, but I may have done it. That one I don't remember exactly, but I did do the one in Mobile. I can tell you that.
Yeah. So, okay, so me and my friend cannot decide on this. Was the animal on Jasper's guitar a squirrel or a bird?
Okay, who voted for squirrel?
My friend thinks it's a squirrel.
They are correct. It was a squirrel.
Oh my gosh.
It was a squirrel on his guitar. There was a bird though. The bird was in the Playroom set, and he dropped from the ceiling from the same mechanism that was Antioch for the Rock-afire explosion.
Huh. Didn't know that.
No. The mechanism was above the ceiling, but no, there was no. I mean, at the Mobile store, there was no Antioch puppet or anything. Yeah, some stores took the mech out, some stores kept the mech. It just, it varied when concept unification was going on. But the mech was up there in Mobile, and I added it in, and I can't remember where I plumbed it. I may have plumbed it to the moon or the buildings for the Playroom set, and that's when the bird would drop down. There was a kite, I believe, hiding it that I had on the ceiling.
That's what the kite is. Do you have a lot of pictures of Mobile that weren't posted on the website, or videos, or just those that were posted by each other?
I've got a whole bunch of stuff. There's the Playroom. Let's see if I can get it in the camera here. So there we go. There's playroom set.
Wow.
I've got lots of the playroom set. I'm sorry, my background's messing with it. But now I've got playroom set pictures. I've got the in-between pictures. In fact, there was 2 versions when I started working on Helen.
Oh, wow.
I even redid let me see if I can get this to show.
Wow.
Come on, where is background's messing with it? There we go. I even redid the now showing sign out front, right? Right there in the front of the store, put the characters back on it, when we had a new show. So I've got a lot of that stuff. So yeah, I plan on getting all of these scanned in. I've got it all set up. So I'm gonna get them scanned and then I'll be able to share them. I've got pictures of actually the Irving store when I was at University. I've also got lots of pictures of the studio. I've actually got pictures of the studio when I started there, and then all of the changes that were implemented, the redesigns we did to the studio while I was there, and then pictures of all the programming. I've got lots of Studio C pictures, all that kind of stuff. So I think the last set of pictures I have were from when we had to redo all of the cosmetics. We had to recreate cosmetics for the 3 stage, which is the cosmetics that you see now on most of the 3 stages. The harder plastic looks kind of like the walk-arounds. That was an out of necessity emergency creation that we went through. But yeah, I've got lots of pictures. I have a bunch that I'm gonna scan. I have even some pictures. This is real interesting. This dates back to. I have some pictures. Come on, camera. Let me see if I can get this. All this is doing is just. I can't. I'm trying to get this, but it won't show up. Anyway, I've got pictures of a makeshift Looney Bird that I made when I was in junior high school. I think I was in about the 6th grade. Milton Bradley had a toy out during that time called Robotics. And it was little motors and stuff you could use with controllers. And I took a garbage can and took a globe and feathered the globe, put a beak on it. Did some fun stuff like that. And at one point I've got some photos actually where that same time I made a full-scale puppet show based on the concept of the Rock-afire explosion. I mean, we're talking red valances, drapes, working curtains, but it was mostly like marionettes, but it was full size, human size characters. And then I've actually got some original pictures of showbiz from Vestavia Hills. They date back to right after when the company took over everything from creative, they parted ways and they changed Billy Bob's background from Smitty's Superstation over to the Showbiz Pizza Campground. But I've got some of those photos too. So yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to scan. And I mean, how would y'all like to get those? Would you like to see them? I mean, I can put them, obviously I can put them as downloadable files. It's not a problem. But I could also take them and put them into like a video montage that I can post to YouTube as well.
Yeah, I'm in a slideshow on YouTube, but yeah, email
slideshow. Okay.
I'd like downloadable. I'd like downloadable files.
I'll do it both ways. So I'll make a video and have a YouTube slideshow, and then I'll put the files and I can send you all the links where you can actually download the original files. My biggest issue was when I pulled in the footage from the Adventure Machine. The reason I fired up YouTube for this was because I pulled the footage in for the Adventure Machine, got it ready, and then had it analyzed it, generated it, and then went through the AI process, and the resulting file was 20 gigabytes. And I was like, well, there's no way I'm emailing this to anybody, and there's no way this is going to be downloadable like online. I was like, so YouTube was the best option.
I mean, it already has like 1,000 views. So I mean,
yeah.
I'm baffled. I mean, I really am. I mean, I'm actually really humbled by it because I had no idea. I mean, because I had that and I actually had the Christmas footage for Courtney because she had asked about it, and I had gotten those two done. I've been working on them for probably the last 2 weeks, and getting that done. And I thought, well, this will be a great treat before we do a Zoom to talk about things. I said, I'll put this out so you can have this the day before. And lo and behold, man, as soon as it went out, it was like, boom. I mean, I was like, word gets around fast. Well, it was funny. I think the funniest comment, I don't remember who online said it. I'd have to go back and look through the comments because I've been trying to respond to everybody's comments as best I can. And I think the best one was somebody commented, "It does exist." So yeah, it's really unexpected, but like I said, I mean, I'm a fan too. So I'm more than happy to share all this kind of stuff and where I came from and the things I grew up with, and honestly, the thing that truly started. I mean, I was interested in as a child. I will say this: as a child, I was terrified of animatronics, but fascinated at the same time. I think the first thing I ever did that involved animatronics was Six Flags Over Georgia had the old Okefenokee swamp ride.
Oh, you saw it?
Based on Brer Rabbit, very much the inspiration for Splash Mountain. And I rode that with my parents, and that was a scary ride. If you look at the pictures people put online, the historical footage of it is creepy. There's some creepy looking characters. But yeah, I mean, and then of course that changed into Monster Plantation. Yeah. I was terrified of that. In fact, the part they took the part out that scared me the most in that attraction when you went up. Now I think as you go up, quote unquote, the hill, which really isn't anything. You go up and literally go back down into the water again. It's really a bump. It's like a speed bump for the boat. But now it has like a face that laughs at you as you come into it. But originally, as you went through it, there was this huge bird. It was a big buzzard that came down from the ceiling and its claws opened up at you. And it terrified everyone. And they took it out because it scared everybody so bad, I think. But yeah, I was terrified of that stuff. So I had to kind of overcome that fear. But I will tell you the one inspiration that got me started on all of this with animation was the introduction of Teddy Ruxpin. That for me was the beginning of, wow, I can actually hold animatronics in my hand, And so I have a full collection of Worlds of Wonders products. I've got
a documentary. There's a documentary coming out next month.
I know. I can't wait. I'm a fan. I'm waiting for it. I think it was timing was just right for that toy. It's amazing what it went through, the development, everything else. I got my own little personal collection. I have original store displays that were for the Talking Mother Goose and Hector and Snoopy and Teddy Ruxpin and all of that I've kept over the years to someday pass down to someone else. But yeah, that's kind of, that was really what created a true love, and there's no doubt why, because the person who created that character and the people that were involved in the music were Disney Imagineers. Yeah. Incredibly talented people, and so it's real interesting that some of the more interesting things in life that we've found in animatronics and other stuff like that didn't necessarily come directly from Disney, but they came out of people who've worked with Disney.
Yeah, Monster Plantation was designed by Disney Imagineers. They went to six.
There's a lot of talented people. In fact, the reality is Garner Holt with Garner Holt Productions. Garner Holt created his dream job without ever having to work for Disney. He was actually turned down.
He was rejected, and he started his own company in the 70s.
Yeah, he was turned down, and he ends up now. They are, I still believe they are the largest outsourced company for Disney animatronics.
Yeah, there's about 3 companies and that's like the biggest one. Those
Yeah.
are for digital.
So and we got involved with Garner. I'm getting ahead of myself, but with Studio C, we got involved with Garner early on. He's a fantastic guy. He's so down to earth. He's incredibly humble about where he came from. And he's a great inspiration. And I mean, he has a fantastic company, and they've done amazing things, you know. But I don't want to get too far ahead. So jumping back.
Garner Holt made this.
Yep. Well, actually, wait a minute. That's the clock.
The clock from the Studio C, yeah.
No, Garner Holt did not make the clock from Studio C.
Who was that? Was that Corman?
So no, that we got that through. That came through. I want to say Animation World of Orlando. I think they had the clock done.
Oh, I didn't know they even still worked with you after that. Garner did the phones then. I know they did one of the props, I think.
They did Garner Holt did the pizza phone, and they did the bird, but I don't think I'm pretty sure they didn't do the clock because of
I've seen pictures of the phones being made. I thought they did the clock too, but yeah, I guess they didn't.
Yeah, no, we third partied the clock. Interesting enough, there was a company that made them, that custom made them, and then we had Animation World modify the clock so that it had a high speed time.
Mine still works. I got it connected to the switch right now, but I don't have the motor moving, but I have the light. I don't know why the red rope light's like iffy sometimes, but I don't know why.
The original ones were neon.
Yeah. This one got. I think that it's still a neon inside, but they replaced the red part with a rope light, which hardly works. I don't know why. Yeah, that's how I got it.
Rope lights have a limited life. You know, and I'm sure it was incandescent, you know, at the time, that's what was available. So, you know, they only last so long and then they fail. I mean, because we used rope lights in the games too, and we had to replace them all the time because they'd go out, or segments would go out. There you go. You know, but they can get shorts in them, the cabling. But yeah, no, there's all kinds of interesting stories behind a lot of the props on all the shows.
I just wanted to say, like, yeah, Garner Holt's awesome because I hope you guys don't mind me telling Brian this, but Grant, CEC Florida, he actually got a bot from a landfill, a Studio C bot, and they've just been so generous in giving him parts for it. And I think that they gave, Weigel or however you say it, they gave him the control system and everything. So it's Weigel, okay. I mean, he's all set up now.
They're wonderful, and we actually interviewed multiple companies. I went on multiple trips to talk to many companies. We interviewed a bunch looking at who was going to build the robot for Studio C. Yeah. One of the companies that we looked at was Advanced Animations, and I want to say they're in Vermont.
Yeah, Vermont. I have Advanced Animations characters they made in the 80s when they were in Connecticut and they moved to Vermont. I have an animatronic collection in the other room.
Yeah, we talked with them, looking at characters. In fact, at the time, the character that we looked at, that we were kind of basing our idea on, was their newer version of Lucky the Lion from Circus Playhouse.
Yeah.
So we actually had them as a test. We had them change out the little air resistors on Lucky because he was a little slower than we wanted for Chucky to perform. They actually changed them out with some faster ones and did a little bit of a demo playback for us on video so we could see how he moved with faster motions. Because, you know, it was a big challenge. One of the big challenges with the robot was we wanted the robot to still be what's considered it's real interesting. It's backwards from what you think, but we still wanted a digital robot, which means that it's an on or off. An analog robot is what they call compliant animation, which means you have infinite movement and you can control it to stop at any point, like your hand,
Yeah.
So we still needed to go with digital because we knew that the techs haven't, if we went with analog, number one, the price increased so much more. But then the repair costs and maintenance would have just been awful. So we wanted to stick with that. But what we wanted was an analog character we wanted a digital character that kind of had an analog look, so that the cylinders had more of a smooth motion, to get away from what we had a lot with the Rock-afire explosion and the 3 stages. There are a lot of bump motions. You move so fast that when it stops, it shakes. We were trying to avoid that.
I had a question about, so did you actually fly up to Vermont and meet with the advanced animations people and see their?
I did.
What shows did you see that they still had? I know they were doing Circus World at the time. Melody Farms, they have that.
The ones, what we saw was, we saw Lucky again. We saw what was at their IAAPA show, which was, I want to say it's Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci. I have a video of him. He stands up.
We saw they had Leonardo da Vinci there. And then they were currently working on a show, maybe for a museum or something, that involved Native Americans. And it was fascinating because they were costuming them. They literally, I kid you not, were making the costumes as authentic as possible. And the hides they were using were like bison and deer. And this is not the most pleasant thing, but the way the Native Americans would take those materials to soften them up, they would literally soak them in urine. And the costumes were that authentic. So they tell you that after you've touched the costumes. And then you're like, I may want to go wash my hands now. But yeah, they were, they're for authenticity, and I don't blame them. I mean, you're going for perfection,
You see my phone well? This is Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have video footage of him.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
I feel like I'm picking up all the information.
So the first question that I wanted to ask about was Adventure Machine and Studio C content, because we're missing almost all of those shows for those stages. We don't have any of the Adventure Machine stage shows. We only have Studio C starting with the middle of 99. So we don't really know what exactly was on them because we're missing them, because as far as I know, the first show to be put on DVD format was the August 99 show. That is the earliest one we have. So everything before that, we just don't have. So I wanted to ask about what that content was like. Like, for example, the Adventure Machine shows had, at least in the band versions, they had like CEC TV news segments that, were redone from the earlier 90s. And I wanted to know if those were in the AM stage version, if they were split into 2 different video feeds on the sides, or what the intermissions were like, because if the video that you uploaded was everything you recorded, then the intermissions are still lost on that show. So I just wanted to ask about content.
Okay. So to answer your question specifically, the intermissions on the Adventure Machine were the same as the intermissions on the other shows. It was mono video, meaning actually one of the Laserdisc players was playing back the intermission like the Chuck E. Cheese news, and that was being fed through a digital switcher to both of the projectors at the same time. So as far as the intermissions go, it was identical to what you saw on the 3-stage shows and the 1-stage shows. The video was the same. It is a little misleading. I think I got when I posted the videos of the Adventure Machine, I think I have them out of order. The order of the show was the same for both the regular stages and the adventure machine. Because I did record the show all the way through. There actually was a recording of the full show. Like I said, it's identical to the existing stages. The issue was the video footage I'm providing is basically a backup copy of the original footage that was shot. So I don't know if the tape is still at corporate headquarters in entertainment with CEC, or they re-recorded them, or they did away with them. I don't know. But what I dubbed over just for my own personal archive purposes was just the main show skits. So I don't have the intermissions, but they were identical to what was on the existing stages. Yes, they did use a revised CEC news segments, but they were the same as what you saw on the existing stages.
Okay, thank you. Another question. I've seen the original diagnostics for Studio C because that happened to be on the 99 DVDs before you redid that. But I was wondering if there was an Adventure Machine diagnostics.
Great question. There never was. The Adventure Machine was a one of a kind, and we went through, and the whole project was reassessed before we ever got to a point of creating a diagnostic for it. So it was real interesting because we didn't get to that phase. So basically for diagnostics on that show, it was basically, we checked it when we were programming it, because then we had individual control over each of the items so we could test them. The Adventure Machine for the tech at the time at Montfort was kind of a hands-off kind of situation. We actually did the maintenance on it ourselves because it was a one of a kind and a prototype. There wasn't any instruction manual or anything with it, so we kind of had to we kept it under our wing. As Studio C was created, then there was more of a feel of this is going to roll out, to the stores. We need to have things like diagnostics for it, so that you can make sure everything is working. And the original diagnostics, had a lot of fun with that. There's nothing like a good RuPaul track playing in the background telling you to work out, watching Chuck E. Cheese move.
And for the video that you uploaded, is that the only audio from either the Adventure Machine or Studio C that you have? Clear audio?
The audio for the Adventure Machine is all I have. Courtney emailed me. I'm going to make the audio from those skits available as digital files where y'all can download them. But yeah, they were actually, the audio, it is an analog to digital conversion. I actually had the audio output coming straight out of the Adventure Machine's Laserdisc system, going into the Betacam SP recorder. So that it is as close as you're going to get without having the master recordings. Yes, it is in surround sound. Dolby Surround only requires 2 channels. Dolby Pro Logic only requires 2 channels. And so the actual surround still comes through. Somebody in the who watched it online had a set of Dolby Surround headphones, and they commented, they said, "Oh my gosh, this thing sounds amazing in Dolby Surround." Because truly it was an experiment. That really, the Dolby Surround didn't come into play until the 20th anniversary show. So the original, and thanks to y'all for reminding me that I realized that the 20th anniversary show that I have was not the first show for the Adventure Machine, that it actually started with the previous show that all the stores got. So, but it did have its own, it had a few graphic differences and some scripting differences, but, the original one had Walk Like an Egyptian and, so the other songs in it. I remember the live show because it was Strike It Up.
Oh my gosh.
And
we are still missing that to this day.
Everybody wants Strike It Up. Oh my gosh. Everybody wants
You don't
it.
even have the band copy out of the 300 of them that were made, we still don't have one.
You know,
Donovan has it, but we still haven't gotten that from him yet. So
The copy, but that's like the only
yeah.
Yeah, I unfortunately, you know, here's the crazy part, and I hate to admit this, but we threw away a lot of laser discs because the reality was, and this was because of the time when the Adventure Machine was created. Laserdisc was the format of choice for kind of any of the animatronic with video going forward. You know, that was, everybody was using Laserdisc because it was the only optical format we had that we could control via computers, not having to deal with videotapes, the wear and tear and that kind of stuff. So the cost to produce one Laserdisc was not even an option. You couldn't do it. The minimum order was, I want to say, like 100 or something like that. It was like there was a minimum order of 100 of them, and it was really expensive to have them produced. So we had to, for the Adventure Machine, I mean, pay that price. But you know, we had tons of these discs that never went anywhere. I could be wrong. I think we kept a set at the entertainment department, but I know we threw a lot away, you know, because there was no need for them, because the show at that point didn't exist anymore. But yeah, the system used multiple Laserdisc players, and basically the show video, it was based on two players. The show video was stereo, so you had a, you know, disc 1 and a disc 2, and disc 1 had left screen, disc 2 had right screen on it, and then the intermissions were put on one of the discs, and then the live shows and birthday shows were put on the other disc, just trying to maximize the space. And so basically at any time the system would tell it, you know, I need you to go at this point on the disc. It was really complicated with the Adventure Machine. We kind of fine-tuned it better with Studio C, but with the Adventure Machine, the way the system worked was all the programming was in a proprietary controller that was designed by Triad Systems out of Iowa. I think they're Des Moines. And the controller boards were through them as well. And what it would do is we would program all this in, and we would schedule it to where the computer that ran it would say, okay, and this is kind of the same way Studio C works as well. And eventually the modified version of, I think some of the stages have been in the more recent ones work a little differently. But basically the computer would, at the end of a skit, the computer would pull up the next segment, and that next segment at the beginning of it would have all of the coding that said, I need disc player 1 to go to this particular frame on the disc, pause, and tell me when it's there. And I need disc player 2 to go to this particular frame on the disc, because there was no normal time code. The programming is done with universal time code on tape. So that didn't exist on the disc. So you actually had to use the frame numbers. And of course, there's 30 frames per second. And you expand that over an hour or so on a disc, it's a lot of frames you have to go through. And literally, when we got the disc back, we would have to go through the disc and find the exact frame number that skit began on. So the computer throws out all this information saying, I need this disc player to go to this, and report back. And so the whole time the system's waiting for these disc players to search back and forth and get everything lined up. At the same time, it's telling the video switcher, I need this input to go to this output. You know, it's lining up the code for the robot, everything else. And all that comes back at one point, and everything says, I'm here, I'm ready. And then the system would release it to start playing back. And so if you watch some of the clips that I have of the Adventure Machine, you'll notice, you might see in the middle of the screen a quick little dot flash, like it's just very brief. And that's actually a artifact of the system saying everything's ready. it's a video glitch where the frame is syncing up for the system to play back. And it wasn't always accurate, interestingly enough, with the Adventure Machine. In fact, the first skit that I put up there actually was out of sync. It was recorded out of sync. The system didn't line everything up perfectly, and it went ahead and played it, and Chuck's lip sync was off. So I actually fixed that in post-production for the video so that he was synced up. But it was an issue that we kind of had off and on with the Adventure Machine, just a technical issue with it. So, but the video, yeah, it was very similar to the existing stage shows. It was just done in stereo. There was 2 separate images. And basically what we did for the existing stages is we would just alter the video back and forth. So you would see left screen at one point, you'd see right screen at one point, back and forth to go along with the action of what was going on in the show. And that's how we were able to create content for, multiple variations of shows, including one that was, brand new technology for the company. Yeah. That was carried over from the Adventure Machine. The switcher that we went to with Studio C was a little less sophisticated than the one that was in the Adventure Machine, but it wasn't necessary to have the one that was in the Adventure Machine was infinitely expandable and very complex. So we didn't need anything. It was kind of overkill for the system. So with Studio C, there was more affordable options that kind of fit the design better. So we moved to that, but they basically did the same thing. It was a multiplexing switcher that could, modify the outputs and inputs and send video to the right place at the right time, turn it on and off, that kind of stuff. A good example of that on Studio C would be when the show would start and when we still had the quote Apple TV on the stage where Chucky was next to the TV inside an Apple. We would turn and activate that output when we would trigger the curtain opening for the stage, that kind of stuff. So you could see the switching effect actually happening.
All right. Do you know of anyone else who may have footage of the Adventure Machine or early Studio C?
Early Studio C is probably going to be me again because I recorded the footage. The Adventure Machine, the only other possibility that I know of is that there was some local news coverage of the Adventure Machine. That would be the only other resource. And I don't remember what network or station, what network it was in Dallas, but there was some local coverage, but the footage, obviously, like most local news, it was very short, very quick, not long clips. It was more just like you could see people talking about it and then you'd see a clip of Chuck in the machine and back into a screen. I mean, we're talking more like a 30 seconds, 30-second little clips, maybe a minute spot at the longest. So that's all that I could think of that may be out there, but I don't know how you'd resource that.
So Brian, I saw you replied to a comment about the original programming in 1996. You were an understudy programmer. Who was the main programmer for that original show for the Adventure Machine?
I can't remember his last name right now for the life of me, but his first name was Frank. He actually programmed for WDI. I'm sorry, Imagineering for Disney. He did some programming for them. He was a contract programmer. I think he did programming. I want to say he did programming for the Country Bear Jamboree's Christmas show. And he was hired in before I came on board. It was part of them building the show and everything. So he had a contract to program the show. So I actually got to understudy with him and learn a lot of his tricks and about, the animation process. And it was fascinating. And he was a super talented guy. And it was interesting because as we would work through the show, he would explain to me exactly why he was doing something. He would talk about how Chucky's moving his arm, how he's moving his head, why he's moving his head like this. You know, the fact that you want to be, as you're moving the robot and you say you want to move his head to one side, you want to be able to be thinking about the next move to release it, to have him go back the other way so he doesn't have a hard hit. If you see him go to the side, he'll go boom and stop. So it's that illusion of making an inanimate object seem alive. And so it was great. He was a wealth of knowledge, and it was wonderful working with him, you know, doing the programming, and that basically, I mean, that gave me all kinds of knowledge into programming the other shows, including Studio C and the 3-stage shows, and you know, even trickling down to the, you know, single stage shows. So yeah, it was. If I ever remember his last name, I'll let y'all know. But I do know his first name was Frank.
Okay, I'll try to find it out. So, do you have any information on Animation World? Like, it wasn't hard for them to decide with they just decided to go with them before going to Garner. Like, I know they were working with them with Mech Cybers beforehand, the one stage. So they just kept doing that, but then they went to a bunch of companies afterwards. Why did they change from Animation World?
Well, let's hold that thought. Let's jump back to CEC Master. Just finish a couple more of his questions.
More questions. So I'll let him.
One of mine was going to be about the making of that, so that was one of them.
Okay.
Off on that.
Okay. And also, I think George just said his microphone isn't working. He said, but for Studio C, were there 2 premieres for the stage, one at Vegas and one at Corp. And we can, we'll definitely get to that. But the short answer is yes. There were 2 premieres. There was a premiere at the corporate office of the entire show, and it's you know, in the full capacity of the stage and everything else. And then there was a special show that was done for the annual General Managers Convention in Las Vegas. And yes, I have the footage. And it was really fun. We did, and there's some, I will let you know, I may have to bleep some audio in it, dropping out, because it was for specifically general managers and it was internal company stuff. So there are a few things that Chucky says that you should not hear Chucky say.
No, but we like the uncensored version though.
Yeah.
To wait for Chuck E. Cheese to go out of business, I guess he doesn't.
Yeah.
So, you know, I am bound by respect to the company that certain things should not be out there, you know, and it's nothing horrible, but you know, there are things that, you know, Chuck E. Cheese has an image that, you know, he needs to uphold for the public, and there's a difference between something in-house and something out of house, you know. But I do plan on putting that video up. It was a very special show. I am missing some of the I'm angry with myself because I'm missing footage. Somehow we didn't get it of one of the best parts of that introduction was a breakfast that was the second morning of it. And during the breakfast, we actually had we built a shower stall that was around Chucky, and we had a shower curtain around him. And we actually had a giant bath towel around his waist, no other clothes on him. And we had a scrub brush in his hand, one hand, and a big bar of soap on a rope in the other. And he's covered up by the shower curtain. And you hear him, and it sounds like he's in a shower stall. And he's like, all right, where did I put my soap? Oh, yeah, there it is. And you got his hands moving all on the outside of the shower curtain, but you can't see him. And then you have the announcer come on, and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, Chuck E. Cheese. And we rip the shower curtain down, and he turns around with his eyes closed, and he's like, what? Huh? What? He's like, oh, he's like all surprised. And he's like, y'all are here. And excuse me. He's like, I'm not quite appropriately dressed. It was hysterical. Big riot. Everybody loved it. We had some fun with that. But unfortunately, I don't have video of that. But it's a great memory. But I do have video. He had a special tuxedo that was made for Las Vegas. In fact, the bird had a tuxedo for Las Vegas on the Studio C set. So yeah, there were two premieres. One in the corporate offices, and then one for Vegas. And the footage I have from the corporate office it's mostly, I think, the stage footage of just Chucky's stage. As far as the video footage, it alternates back and forth between Chucky talking and everything, and then the music videos. And we can get into that in a different discussion because that was unique for the introduction of that. But back to CEC Master. What else?
All right, yeah, to finish off with the adventure machine, I think we have two more things. We saw comments on your video of you saying that it was demolished. You can confirm that there is not one patch of fur left from that figure?
I can confer that everything went to everything pretty much set-wise went to the dumpster. The pieces that we kind of kept behind, like I said, were more electronic stuff behind the show. We kept the Laserdisc players, we kept, control parts. The digital LED board that's right above the side of my head here that they programmed for birthday names and stuff. We actually kept that and actually put that outside of the studio at corporate for a while. But yes, the vast majority of that stage ended up being scrapped, which is kind of true of most of the stages when they are removed from the stores. It's usually they end up scrapped because they're in such bad shape. That's really why. I mean, sometimes when they're in good shape, they are pulled. Sometimes they were stored in the Topeka, Kansas warehouse. But a lot more often than not, it went to the dumpster.
The shame with that one because one of a kind, but
yeah, he was a one of a kind, but yeah, unfortunately, that's where he ended up, was the dumpster.
Mm.
All right. So one thing that we still don't know is when exactly that was removed from Montfort and when Montfort installed the Alpha. The Studio C, would you know when that was?
I don't know the exact date. I do know we went through, I think, it would have to have been after, it would have been after the 20th anniversary show, and that ran an extended period of time at Montfort, because the transition from the Adventure Machine to Studio C, took less time than installing the Adventure Machine from the beginning. But I don't know the exact date. But I do know that we had, with the Adventure Machine, we skipped the holiday show. There was never a holiday show for Studio C. For the Adventure Machine, because there was no cost-effective reason to do it, because the way things were panning out. So it may have been mid-year when that change out happened, after we had Studio C. So either after an extended run of the 20th show, or it may have been the show after that, but I can't remember exactly.
I can provide the details that we know.
No, that probably would help.
Okay. We have the day that Studio C premiered in the corporate office because there was a plaque in the office that said October 3rd, 97. So if that was the first, we can only assume that the Adventure Machine was replaced sometime between October and December of that year.
Okay, so the Adventure Machine, I bet that the Adventure Machine was replaced. I bet it was replaced probably because we built that. It probably was installed at the first of the next year. I think we left the Adventure Machine in place through the holidays and then changed out to Studio C. That's probably my best guess. But it happened within that 3-month period. I mean, that's when that happened, because Studio C was built in the studio at CEC headquarters before it was ever delivered, to the Montfort store, because for design purposes, actually that was one of the things I pushed for, because it with the Adventure Machine, that was the biggest problem, was programming the thing, because it had to happen at night when the store was closed because there was only one. And so when we moved to Studio C, that was one of the things that we were like, we need to build one in-house so that we can actually program this thing, so that it's ready when we install it in stores. So, it's within that October to January timeframe that Montfort did get installed. And I wish I could be more exact, but I mean, yeah, it was within a few months of the premiere within the headquarters.
Okay, because we know that there was another store, a franchise store in Wisconsin, that got that Studio C, and that was December.
Okay, so then maybe they both happened around the same time. They could have been both around the same time then, because the Vegas bot went to the franchise. So
that's what I was wondering, how you hauled that all the way to Vegas. I was wondering if that was the corporate one or if it was an extra. So
no, that was one of the first runs of Chuck E. Cheese's. So yeah, they delivered him to us in Vegas, and then he went on to the franchise store.
Garner Holt still has one dressed in a tuxedo.
The one Garner has, I believe, is actually a non-working model.
He has a working model.
He actually has one that's a mannequin, basically.
Yeah. I think he has two. I thought he had
yeah, there is one that's wearing like a modern outfit, the blue outfit. That's like a mannequin statue.
Yeah.
But there is also one in a tuxedo.
Yeah.
He has the duplicate. They made more. We had more than one tuxedo made. If the tuxedo that he has is it a black lame with gold tuxedo?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's a clone of the Vegas tuxedo.
Wow.
Was that inspired by the original CU tuxedo?
Actually, not necessarily. It was kind of, we wanted to kind of go, big time Vegas look. So, and not only did he have the tuxedo, he had a top hat that went with it. We went, we talked to Garner, and they did some drawings for us on the tuxedo, and we kind of went with that look of the gold and the black and the very upscale. He even had the white cuffs that went with it. So yeah, we went for a more, I guess you want to call it a more classy look.
So did Studio C? So does this mean Studio C performed the show before May '98, which would have been it would have had, I think, Route 66 and Wooly Bully, and if you guys remember any of the other songs, it was Blast of the Past. That show was released in January '98, but I'm not sure if Studio C ever did that show.
I don't think Studio C did that show, because Studio C premiered. Studio C actually premiered without any of the characters singing a song. it was actually Chuck as the MC, kind of like a late night. It was based off of a late night talk show. And Chucky was the MC. And then in between, he would introduce music videos. And it would just go back and forth the whole time between him introducing videos and stuff like that. And that was the original version of Studio C. And then we pulled that back and went back to the more traditional show segments with the characters involved and obviously the puppets, interacting on Studio C, and then them singing songs again. That would kind of that video, that music video portion of Studio C was another experiment.
And this kind of goes back to a conversation we had earlier, but do you have any tips for programming the 3-stage characters?
Tips for programming them?
Yeah.
When you're programming the 3-stage characters, it's kind of like it's more of it's kind of interesting to explain, but you kind of want to be the character. You have to think of yourself that way, and you have to think of what the character's physical limitations are. So here's a great example. So we've got Munch, he's got hands like this, sitting up, and if you trigger one, you get it down, you let go, you get it up, very basic movement. And then you've got an in and an in on his arms. So the idea is, when you're thinking, okay, if this is my physical limitations, when you're playing a piano or a keyboard and you're listening to music, your lower range, of course I'm on video, so this is all reversed. Your lower range down here, your upper range up here. So when you're listening to the music and you're hearing keys played, you think, okay, now the song's going into a lower key, going down here. Now we're going into an upper key, so we're moving up. Now we're going to the middle, and you want to keep your hand, the hands moving appropriate in an appropriate fashion to the music that you're hearing. So if you're hearing individual chords, then you're doing ups and downs, together. If you're hearing multiple, chords going on at one time, then you've got a fast moving action back and forth. So it's almost, in a way, it's acting. You actually act out what the character needs to do. And of course, I'm sure y'all are all aware how it's programmed. It's one movement at a time or a couple of movements at a time, and you're just layering on top of each other. So, we would always go, the unsung rule of thumb was we always started with the mouths. That's where we started. We always started with the mouths. Go do all the vocals first, get that out of the way, because that's kind of the trickiest part, is to get that lip sync right. In fact, we built into the programming what was called an offset, because we know your human reaction to pressing a button is delayed based upon what you see and hear. So there was an offset that you program into the system to say, okay, my personal delay is X amount of frames as a programmer. So when you were hitting it and opening and closing the mouth, even though you might be off a little bit, the computer was compensating for that. So when you play it back, it sync up. So you kind of learned what your offset was, and you would set your offset before you began programming to make sure that your sync was lined up. And then it could be adjusted later in time if you realized, oh, it wasn't quite right. You could adjust that offset a little bit to kind of move the programming into where you needed it to be. Now, once you kind of went to the mastering phase where you broke it down into the data that's dumped in, that the computer reads, that, for most people, that looks like Greek. I mean, when you look at the actual file data for a 3-stage show or a cyberamic show, any of that, I mean, it is it's a nonstop string of alphanumeric characters. And actually, we had a book that you go in, and the book would tell you what characters equal what movement. And there was I I want to say it was it an exclamation mark? We had one character that divided frames because there's 30 operations per second. So there was an actual character that divided the frame markers. So when we would drop in things like curtains, if we had to adjust curtains, or drop in, for instance, the tape rewind signal. Well, I think the tape rewind command is $$Z. You'd go in and edit the file. It was nothing but a DOS-based text file, enormous file. And you have to go in and you'd have to count and find the exact second, minute you're looking for and add that command into it, or edit that command if there was a problem. Say, for instance, you're playing back the show and all of a sudden Munch's jaw got stuck open and it was a computer error. You have to go in and you find where that is in the time code. You go in and look at the file and add that close or remove the open command that got accidentally dumped in. So there was a lot of computer code you would look at sometimes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that gold and black top hat, that's the Vegas outfit, right?
Yeah, that'd be the Vegas outfit.
Yeah, that's what Garner has now.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, the last time I talked and saw Garner was just after I had left CEC, and they had just, it was it was real interesting. I had taken a trip to Disneyland and saw the Haunted Mansion holiday overlay for the first time. It was when they first introduced it. And I went through that ride and I was like, this has Garner written all over it. And the first thing I did was call him and I said, hey, did you do Haunted Mansion Holiday for Disney? And his response was, officially, I can't say. Unofficially, maybe. And I was like, that's all I need to know. And I actually met with him shortly thereafter, and we went to Disneyland and went through it together. It was a lot of fun.
Garner does like really good rides for them. He did the Little Mermaid one. That was like 10 years ago now. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah,
That was a Garner
I've seen Voyage of the Little Mermaid. I've seen both versions, the Disney World and the Disneyland version.
Yeah, I've been to both.
So let's see, man. I've got George had a comment here. He said, "Can you explain the story with the Studio C diagnostics programmer's commentary with you and Brent Gray?" That was us just having fun, commenting about the show. Nothing more. I mean, it was just it was a let's have fun with this, you know. So it kind of was it was kind of a spoof upon itself, you know, just running commentary, you know, about the show.
Who designed the late night outfit and all like the sets? Were you involved in designing with the overall?
There was actually some of the original designing of the sets. There was kind of a collaboration with that. I was involved in some of it. I mean, basically the whole entertainment department was involved in it. I mean, we all kind of had input, but the main director of while I was there for, I'm trying to think of exactly when, but the person who really was in charge of Chucky's look for Studio C and for the event and somewhat for the Adventure Machine too, I think, in as far as the look of him, was Shelley Atkins. And she was in charge of a lot of the design. She designed the walk-around outfits and the characters and stuff. And so she worked on the original tuxedo that Chucky wore for Studio C. You'll also see that outfit in the maquettes. There were some little miniature figures of him made. Garner Holt actually made them. And there was small little stand-up, literally it was the maquette, it was the model for the robot. And he produced several of them for the executives and stuff like that. And they were all hand painted. but that is he's wearing the original outfit, which was a short sleeve tuxedo, basically, but had the red on it with the buttons. And originally, as we called it, I want to say, I think it was the cummerbund part. We called it the Black Widow cummerbund because it was red triangles and black triangles. So it kind of had this look like the image of a Black Widow. But yeah, that was Shelley, and she was another amazing talent. She actually left the company and went to work for Nickelodeon, actually. And they were at the time working on concepts to kind of compete with Chuck E. Cheese to a degree. It was more on the Discovery Zone type concept of Nickelodeon properties and small stores where you could go in and play around, and it's all based on Nickelodeon stuff. Yeah.
Was that Leaps and Bounds? Is that what they called it?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Leaps and Bounds was McDonald's, I think.
Oh.
I actually interviewed, Shelley actually asked me to come interview with Nickelodeon about it, and at the time, and I went through, that was the craziest interview I think I've ever been in. I must have met with about 12 different people and interviewed, and interestingly enough, they were going to offer me a position with them, but before they offered me a position, they killed the concept off. So it never materialized.
So you mentioned maquettes for the Studio C before. I knew those existed, but that made me think, was there one for the Adventure Machine? Did they do a scale maquette for that, or no?
There was not. There was not a maquette for the Adventure Machine. I think for the Adventure Machine, there were some artistic renderings of what the Adventure Machine was supposed to look like, or the idea for it. I don't know where those are, but I do vaguely remember seeing them for the Adventure Machine. But it was some artwork that was designed. It's real. I kind of came into the end of the Adventure Machine, basically when it was being assembled, and we were then working out the issues with the set and everything else. But the company at the time, and this involves a lot of things with Chuck E. Cheese, at the time, they were doing the video stuff, and everything else was coming out of a company in Orlando. And that was also the company that was partially involved in the Adventure Machine concept, because the video was being the scripts and stuff were being kind of written for that idea, even though it was not out to the full company. It was kind of an evolution. And this is completely hearsay information. I do not know the actual answer to it, but my understanding was that the company that was doing this did have a relationship with Disney.
Animation World?
No, not Animation World. The company that was doing that came up with the concept for the Adventure Machine, and also the video and stuff, had worked and done some stuff for Disney. I don't even know in what regards. It may have been for the Disney Channel. I mean, TV. I don't know.
So, Animation World's involvement was just the animatronic, or was it just other effects on the stage too, like Brainiac?
Animation World did some of the other items on it, on the show. I don't believe they did Brainiac. I know they did some of the motorized functions, adding those to the show. I honestly don't remember who built the actual set, what company was in charge of that.
Is that Corman?
I don't know if I don't think it was Corman. I think we brought Corman in after the Adventure Machine.
Yeah, they did the Studio C. I just didn't know if they did Adventure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they did the Adventure Machine because I don't remember interacting with them and meeting them until we got to doing Studio C, because Corman had done they were doing the backdrops and the backgrounds for the 1 stages and the 2 stages that were going out at the time.
Yeah.
And they had done the backdrops and stuff for Concept Unification. But I want to say a different company did the design of the Adventure Machine as far as building the parts that went into it.
So what happened with them, and why did you drop them for the Garner?
We basically looked at a couple of different things. One of the things for the robot was that the Adventure Machine robot used the same Mach valve system that the Rock-afire Explosion used. In fact, Animation World was its own company that formed because they previously worked for creative engineering. And when Aaron downscaled creative engineering down to basically kind of just himself, as a need for parts and other stuff that the company needed in order to maintain the 3 stages, Animation World kind of came to be from people that worked for creative engineering. And they started supplying the parts department, with everything that the shows were needing, for parts and supplies and that kind of stuff. So they were brought in to build the robot for the Adventure Machine. And interestingly enough, on the inside, when you opened him up and looked on the inside, he resembled a Rock-afire character. I mean, it was the same aluminum frame design and everything else that the Rock-afires were built from. When we moved to Studio C, it was a difficult decision because what we were trying to come up with was something more modern, something new, something that had moved ahead, because as amazing as the Rock-afire Explosion is, it is extremely dated.
Yeah.
When you look at animation technology. And one of the things we wanted to do was we really wanted to jump into the modern world with robotic animation. Yeah. And so that's why we started interviewing other companies. I mean, it basically was brought back to a clean slate. It really was a blue sky moment. And they were like, okay, what are we going to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to try? Let's think outside the box here. The Adventure Machine, was a great experiment, but where do we go from here? A lot of that came out of the executives within the company. There was a big changeover that happened with the end of the Adventure Machine and the beginning of Studio C, and we can get into that at a later point. But there was a big changeover and a big staffing changeover that happened during that time. So it really was kind of starting all over again.
So what was the first, if I'm not sure if you know, was Advanced Animations before Garner when you contacted them and interviewed them to see if they could build?
We kind of interviewed everybody around the same time. So it wasn't necessarily, first or second. We kind of viewed everybody around the same time. Garner was just kind of getting started at that time in a large production. So ideally, Garner had not at that point taken on something of that scale, an order that large potentially, because you were looking at 300 plus bots, if you were looking at the whole company, So the real thing with Garner was he was so willing to work with us. And when it came down to the cost of the robot, he was like, look, I want your business. I want this robot. We'll hit your price goals. We'll make it happen, and, advanced animations, they were more expensive. And they were more expensive for a robot with less movements. That was really what it boiled down to.
Yeah, they were more established as a company than Garner.
Yeah. And so, we were really looking for something different. And also, I mean, that was the largest, I mean, one of the biggest factors that really pushed the adventure machine to the side was the cost. It was so costly to produce, and of course, you have a hard time differentiating the actual cost of building a prototype versus what does it cost if we're building 300. I mean, obviously economies of scale happen and the cost does come down, but when you're starting out with a prototype that could cost upwards of $300,000-$400,000 to develop, and then you say, oh well, we can get this down to $220,000 a show, you're like, wow, that's a lot of money for every single store. And then you come back and go, well, can we get that number down to 120,000? And what do we do if we get it down there? What has to go? What has to change? And it's an awful place to be put in, especially when you're a creative person. I mean, because as creative people, we like to think outside that box. We don't want to be stuck in that financial aspect. And you're actually seeing a lot of that happen even with companies like Disney now with Imagineering. Imagineering is in a really bad place right now. I mean, they're literally being forced to relocate or lose their jobs. Yeah. A lot of them. It's a downsizing of Imagineering, but also with things and rides, like for instance, take Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. We were originally promised animatronics as part of the pre-show, and now most of the rumors are that's not going to happen. They're gone. It was cost cutting. So with anything, it's tough dealing with the creative side and dealing with the financial end and trying to make that mesh and find a happy medium. So it was really with Garner, he provided the answer of, I'll give you the robot that you really want for the price you're trying to hit.
Yeah. Didn't you consult with Creative Presentations too, and they led you to Garner? That's what I heard. Garner made a whole blog post about it.
We did. We did. One of the I guess founders of Creative Presentations actually became, he was the head salesman for Garner. And so he came to us and was like, hey, I've got this guy. He's amazing. Y'all need to check this out. And so, yeah, we worked with him. He got us in touch with Garner, and it kind of took off from there, because at that time, Creative Presentations, I'm pretty sure they kind of were folding up. Yeah. They had a great run, but I think at that point they were having difficulty because all the animatronics companies, I mean, there's been a lot of them, has come and gone. I mean, I want to say one of Creative Presentations' biggest things, or maybe it was Odyssey Attractions, I think. I mean, one of their large marquee things was the ET Adventure at Universal Studios.
ET Adventure, I think that was Advanced and Sally built. They were
on the, I think, the second go around.
Yeah, I mean, they did a few.
The original robot was, I'm pretty sure, was Odyssey Attractions / Creative Presentations.
Yeah,
because they had them on exhibit at IAAPA. They had the ET heads. So I think ET went through 2 phases. It basically got renovated, with a new company because there was no existing company to do it.
Yeah, there was a big void when Creative Presentations went out, I could imagine.
Let's see, but there's another question here from Georgia. Do you have any information on the Yogi Bear Rock-afire show? I have seen the photos. I don't know if I have a copy of one of those photos or not, but I have seen the photos. I do know that it did exist, but I think I've heard audio. Somebody online has audio. I've heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Travis released it.
Yeah. But no, I never saw it myself or have too much. It was during the time when the company was trying to separate from creative engineering, over a lot of differences. And they, like I said, they experimented with Yogi Bear. They also experimented with, there was an early version of what became Concept Unification for a Chuck E. Cheese, a modified 3-stage show that the designer that worked on it was the predecessor to Shelley Atkins.
Joel Kamen.
Yes, Jewel.
Yeah.
Yes. And that one was real interesting if you see the photos on that. I mean, Chucky was using Mitzi's frame. Helen was using Fats's frame, a ginormous chicken. I mean, she was the old looking Helen. I mean, it's like grandma chicken.
So, I have I'm sorry, go ahead. Did you have anything else to say?
No, that was it.
Oh, I have a question. So you were there when corporate had the original portrait style characters in their home office, right?
Yes, I actually worked on those.
Oh, did they work? Like, did they move or what?
Actually, they had functioning parts, but they were in such bad shape that they did not work properly. Originally, at one point, they kind of did work, but due to the wear on them, when I was there, I kind of switched it out, and they were no longer powered up. But we took original audio from the original skits and basically created a loop tape, so you could press a button and actually hear original audio.
Yeah, there's a picture. It's like a green button on the wall. I never knew what it used.
Yep, that's what that green button. That's what you could hear audio from pressing that green button.
I hope you filmed that.
I don't have any footage of that one, and I don't have any footage of the King either. The King used to sit outside.
There's a picture of the King.
You know when that was removed?
We did have the King running. I had him running at one point. He's a beast to keep running, especially those lift cylinders in his legs. But we had him running for a little while, but then he started having problems, so it turned him off.
How long was he there?
The King was there for a good portion of the time I was there. I mean, he was there for many years, and not always functioning, but he was there,
I think he was taken out before the portrait ones, though, unless I'm wrong.
That he was taken out before them?
Yeah, I think he was taken out first.
Yeah, he was removed. Yeah, he was removed while I was there. They removed him. But yeah, he was there for a while. Got smashed.
Yeah, they did. They got smashed in 2004. I thought.
Yeah, he left in 2001.
Yeah, it was Joel Kamen that owned them. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Travis has Chuck now, so.
Yeah, Chuck was saved. That was it.
Yeah, I don't think they were smashed while I was there.
They would have been late.
All the time. That must have been after I left.
Yeah, 2004, I think.
Oh yeah, I left the company in 2001. So.
Do you know when corporate removed their cyberemic programming stage and started to utilize the 3-stage programming to, blind program the cybers?
Yes, I do, because I was involved in that entire change. That actually was a brainchild of mine. We, out of necessity, when we were kind of rearranging the studio, when we were bringing in the original layout of the studio when you walked in, was originally you had you walked in and there was, on the left-hand side of the room was the 3-stage. On the right-hand side of the programming room was a shelf stage, basically. That was then converted into a 1-stage show. And then when we brought Studio C into the mix, we were renovating the entire studio. So we moved the 1-stage from the right-hand side of the room over to the front part of the studio where the editing system used to be and everything else, and moved it to the left. So when you walked into the room, it was 3 separate rooms originally. You walked into the studio itself, and then there was an office to the off to the right, which was Shelley Atkins' office. And then there was a room to the back, if you went straight ahead with double doors, which was the programming room. So we opened up the whole thing. And basically, as you walked into the studio, the one stage show was on your left as you walked in, followed by the 3-stage show. And on the right, there was the conference desk and the edit suite and everything, and then Studio C on the right as you head on back. Basically it happened around the time that Jeremy Blado became director of entertainment. We were needing to build an office, and the space to build an office was where the one stage was. And as we were looking at everything and the fact that we had all these shows, I kind of was like, well, can we not create a, for lack of a better name, a Rosetta program, Rosetta Stone, that can look at the 3-stage and say, okay, Munch is turning his head left, Munch is turning his head right. You know, that's the same function that translates over into a 1-stage. So we had our hardware designer at the time, Dave Phillipson, create a Rosetta program that translated the 3-stage data to a 1-stage, 2-stage, you know, any of the Cyberamic versions of the show. And so that way we could program the 3-stage, run it through the universal translator, it output the data that we could lay straight down to tape, then we could go test it on a 1-stage show, which was the Irving store. We'd just drive across, you know, it was literally in the mall across the highway. So we would just drive over and pop the tape in to double check it, you know, to make sure that everything was playing back correctly. So that's how that came to be.
Did you start doing the Cyberamics off the 3-stage with the summer show or the holiday show, if you remember?
I want to say that took place during a summer show. It wasn't the holiday show.
Yeah.
So summer 2001, 2000?
99, I thought.
It would have been around 99. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
August
So the
99.
August 99 show would have been the first show where the Cyberamics copied the 3-stage programming.
Yeah, because it wasn't, we didn't start with a holiday show. I want to say it was called the Rosetta. I really think that's what we called it. I think we called it the CEC Stage Rosetta, I think was the name of it.
Yeah, there's a guy in the fandom that managed to recreate the Cyberamic signals, and that's what his is called, Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, I got contacted by somebody. They were asking me specifically about it and about the data for the Adventure Machine, and I was like, that was one of those. I was like, man, that was a proprietary system, woof, you know. But you know, everything after the Adventure Machine, Dave Phillipson created. So he actually created all the data programming and everything that went into programming Studio C. So that's based off of his designs.
Triad still created the hardware. He just programmed like all that.
No, actually, Dave set up all the hardware for Studio C. We worked with him, and we worked with our AV vendor. Let me think, Mission Electronics out of Lenexa, Kansas. And their owner, Craig was his first name. And another great guy. He was so easy to work with. And I think we got things like the video switcher through them. Dave wrote the programming interface to, you know, get it all connected to send the signals to everything. And the way Studio C worked, the way it updated, we had 2 ways to update Studio C. Studio C could be updated via the floppy disk, which I'm sure some people have found, some of the floppy disks. It was done via floppy disk, or some of the original shows stores, we actually had modems put in. We actually had them hook up a landline for a modem so that we could actually call. And this is some really old software. We used Norton's PC Anywhere to remotely call the stores to update their show systems. And there was, I think, a dozen stores that we had on that a particular platform at the time, or we could call them to update the show software. But the way the floppy disk worked is when you put the disk in, the way it was written is you'd put the disk in, the disk would update the show system, and then it would execute a rewritable file that would erase the programming instructions of how to for updating the show. So that was the way we did kind of license protection. So because everything was always licensed, the music, everything else, it was licensed for a specific time frame. So we had to kind of create, and the show tapes worked on a similar function. There was a bit code in the tape. There was a numerical counter, and you put the code in each time. And when you put the code into the programming, once you played the tape, it would update that counter, and then it would only accept that tape from that point out. So when you put in an old show tape, it would just kick it out, and it would say, it's just not valid. Except for the emergency backup tape, there was a universal programming code that you could put in a tape to make it a universal tape. And so when we had tapes that we would use multiple times, like the emergency backup tape, and a couple of times we had holiday tapes, if we were going to use it for like 2 years in a row, we would have that special code in there so that they could reuse that tape. We didn't have to make a new one and send it out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. We didn't put, I don't think initially, it was kind of, we labeled everything. We had to kind of create labels as we went. So, initially with Studio C, I think, there was a point we started labeling the discs, with the show name on it, what time it was for. But yeah, I'm not sure on that one, some of the early discs. I do know that this is kind of related to the way the show's updated. We had, and it was a holiday show tape, I think. We had an emergency situation where one of the segments for the show contained a commercial, and the commercial was a commercial about not having commercials. Was the irony of it. And there was an 800 number that you called that they had put. No more ads.
No more ads.
Yes. No more ads. When we were working on that, I mentioned multiple times, are you sure that is not a telephone number? Because we probably should not use an 800 number. We should probably do a 555-5555 like Saturday Night Live. They swore that it was not a number. Well, when that went out to the stores, it became a number somehow. And it was unfortunately a number for, let's just say, if you wanted a female companion to talk to on the phone. Which is not what you want playing in every Chuck E. Cheese restaurant across the country. So what happened is with Studio C, it was simple because at that time there were 12 shows and we had remote access to every one of them. I literally deleted that segment from the computer's playlist and said, send this out to every store. So within an hour, all of those stores, that segment didn't exist. Now you're talking about 290 something stores that are on VHS tape. That process to make all those tapes normally takes 2 weeks to do that because those tapes are dubbed in real time. The tapes were done in real time and they were 2 hours long. We turned that show around and FedExed out replacement tapes in 24 hours. We worked around the clock. We fixed, we reprogrammed the show, redid the master tape, fixed it all, and sent it back out in 24 hours. And then had to follow up with every store to send their tape back, the first one.
Oh, so that show wasn't out for more than 24 hours then.
So yeah, that show, that skit was only in the show for roughly 24 to 36 hours. It was the
That was
holiday
that was
show.
that was
so-
holiday '99,
Yeah, holiday.
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And everybody was panicked. I mean, I have never seen so many people's faces ghostly white. But evidently, interestingly enough, something very similar happened back in the Showbiz Pizza Place days. Fats had a joke line that you could call that they advertised, and they had a similar problem with that. There actually was a phone number that appeared, that it
But I
became
thought-
connected to something.
I thought that they didn't have Z's on the phone, and that was the joke, like on the keypad.
Something like that. Yeah, but there was like a number you could call, and it was a similar situation. There was,
Oh.
so evidently I don't think it was the first time it had happened, but you learn a lot sometimes the hard way, and we worked really hard to fix it, but that was one of those all hands on decks moment. This has to be fixed now, otherwise we're in a lot of trouble. And the crazy part was, I was the one who found out about it. I had a tech call me, and he goes, "Hey, there's this commercial in the show that talks about 1-800-NOMA ads. Have you called that?" And I was like, let me call it. Went and dialed it, and I was like, "Thank you so much. Can't talk. Gotta go. Bye."
How did you know about the franchise in Louisiana that was reconverting the show, and how come CEI reached out to you to help them convert it back to a Rock-afire?
I want to say I found out about that through talking with Aaron Vector. I want to say that's how I found out about it, because I was working in the Mobile store at the time. And I think he invited me out to, because I talked to him about my past, interest in the Rock-afire explosion and creative engineering, and he invited me out to, I think, come take a look, and I had actually forgotten about that, but I did go out there, and they were in the process of converting the show back. I spent the time I was there working on it, which was only a day or so. I worked on Beach Bear, turning Jasper back into Beach Bear, and the show was in really bad shape. There was a lot of work that needed to be done, but I worked on it for a little bit, and then I went back. But then I did go back later on to see the show, and unfortunately, it was not in good shape. That is the biggest problem with any of those shows, is just because you've fixed what was wrong and calibrated it, if you don't maintain it, it's going to fall apart. Just it's the nature of the beast. So when I did go back, yeah, it was in rough shape.
So did you take any of the 3-stage parts back to Mobile, or did they just trash the cosmetics and everything, or what?
They just trashed the cosmetics. Yeah,
Dang.
yeah, there wasn't anything Chuck E. Cheese related left over, because they had removed everything. Because when I was working on, when I got there, it was just the robots themselves. There were no cosmetics. There were no cosmetics or stage sets or anything else. All that had been stripped already.
I read something on a newspaper about how they had like a second floor, but I'm not sure if you know anything about that or.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That was kind of strange to me.
Well, there was some stores had an upper level. In fact, Montfort had another level to it, because of the show scan theaters when they experimented with that. Because Montfort originally, in the very back of the store across from the showroom, where the ball pit was and the tubes were, that was actually the original show scan theater when it was a Showbiz Pizza Place.
Oh, that's interesting. So would you happen to have like pictures of Montfort as a store, like the store itself, or?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't. The only store pictures I have are the Irving store. And that was when I was out there with Chuck E. Cheese University. I had taken pictures of the store. I got some of my inspiration for Mobile, for some of the things I worked on for the show. I got some ideas from seeing what it looked like, because they had just done the renovation to Irving.
You take sorry, continue.
No. That was the first of the renovations when they started going in and brightening up the stores and, getting rid of the dark aspects of, what they used to look like, repainting them, new carpet, that kind of stuff.
So did you take a picture of the colored wink at Irving? Because I've never seen that. I didn't even know that was a thing. I want to see that.
Let me see. Because I can answer.
I was wondering, do you have pictures of, you don't have pictures of Mobile's like store, do you? Or like their exterior or anything?
You know what? I do have a kind of a few pictures that show some of that, but I do know in the video, I do have in the video footage that I did in my promo video for Mobile, I do have the exterior of the store.
Okay, so they had the sign up by the road. Did that have the old Showbiz? I don't know if you remember this because this is such a stupid and
it was the old. There originally was the old Showbiz sign, and then I think it finally changed out. I think when I took pictures of it, it was the flat Chuck E. Cheese bar. It wasn't the actual original Showbiz upside down,
But before that, it was the.
Let's see.
They had a sign up by the road, and I was wondering if that had like the Showbiz shell in the shape of it, but I guess not.
I don't think so. I'm looking at my pictures of Irving. I don't see from Irving. I don't see their wink in here. I do. One thing that really never made it to the other stores, but they had in Irving that was interesting was the ball washer for the ball pit, where it would actually suck up the balls from the ball pit and put them through a cleaning process and then blow dry them and drop them back in. Because as being a tech, I can tell you the most hated thing was cleaning the ball pit. Because that took all morning or all afternoon. And as soon as a child had an accident in it, you had to close it.
I read that like some people have said that they just took the balls and put them in the back of the truck and went through a car wash or something, but other people have said they had to wash them individually. So I'm not sure how that.
The put them in the back of a truck and go through a car wash is accurate. I did that many times. You put them basically in these giant mesh, you put them in these giant mesh potato sacks, and you would scoop them out, put them in these big potato sacks, and then you could take them and run them through the car, go through the car wash, spray them all down, clean them all, and you would spray them first with sanitizer solution, let it sit for a while, and then spray them with car wash sprayer and everything, clean them off, and then go stack them up along the side of the store and let them dry in the sun. And then put them back in. The other way you could do it is you would put them in, you put fewer of them in bags, and then you would run smaller bags through the Hobart dishwasher in the kitchen. That was the other way you could do it. So there were kind of two ways we looked at it. But no, it looks like I don't have outside of, I don't have the wink from Irving, but I do have pictures of its copycat on my Mobile stage. Yeah, George had one question. He said, did you visit locations outside of Texas with your time with CEC, especially in California stores? I did visit one or two California stores. And I also visited, I visited some one or two California stores when we were actually out going to San Bernardino for Garner Holt Productions. And we actually stopped on the way back at Bullwinkle's in California. And that was the Bullwinkle's show that had the big water fountain in front of it. And it was interesting. It was something else, the big water fountain show. It's kind of like, a miniature Bellagio hotel. And then you go to? So what now?
Which one did you go to?
I don't remember the exact location. I do know it was a really large Bullwinkle's because it had it had multiple stages for the show. They had outdoor go-karts and all kinds of, it was huge.
Yeah. because there was ones that had just a few of them, and there's ones that had 3 stages. Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
large.
no, this was
Yeah.
the big one, and I think this is the one that they're actually reopening.
Upload?
Family bought it back.
Yeah.
But it won't have the show. They've removed that part, I think. But yeah, I think that's the one that I saw.
Yeah, those were AVG productions.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with AVG as well.
Did you guys never consulted with them when you were trying to do the Studio C?
I don't think we did talk with AVG. Because I mean, I know AVG did the Battlestar Galactica show,
Yeah.
Universal. They did Monster Plantation originally at Six Flags, but I don't think we talked with AVG.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. I was curious if you knew about that.
Yeah,
I don't think you
know about them, but yeah, we didn't. I don't think they were one of the companies we talked to about the robotics.
Yeah.
Was Irving the store that had the red tuxedo on Chucky, or was that the home office bot?
That was the home office bot, I'm pretty sure. I think that was unique to him. It was an experimental outfit.
So was home office the first to get the alternate outfits and then Irving got them, or was it the other way around?
No, I think home office was always kind of the test point for outfits. I think Irving would get, an experimental one after. And a lot of times some of the ones that they got, some of the stores got just were unique outfits. They'd get kind of some one-offs, I think Jasper had a couple of different looks on the one stages. I mean, I think he had kind of a Southwestern look on one of them. And then he had the classic white, cow print. And there's a couple of different looks for, I think, Jasper. So, but typically the home office was the experimental stage,
In the Christmas video at Mobile, is that like a nightgown that Chucky's wearing?
Yes, it is a gigantic nightshirt. I want to say it was double extra large, so that it could fit around his hips.
And so, did you make the Coach Chuck outfit the red sweater, or was that
Yes.
that was never on the walk around, was it?
It was never on the walk around. I did the Coach outfit for him. I did the Coach outfit for him. I did the night before Christmas outfit is kind of what I called it for the holiday show. For him, I actually hired a local seamstress to help with the Helen costume, and then ultimately help with the playroom costumes for Chucky and Munch, and help with a lot of those, because I have some sewing skills, but I am not a seamster by any means professionally. So some of those I did get some local help on.
None of the patterns or anything exist, right?
Correct. They were all limited run productions by a seamstress. No pattern was made, for them, like the Munch vest and the Helen outfit. Yeah, there was not a pattern. Actually, what we used as a pattern was the original outfit for Helen, and we just kind of reverse engineered it to create the cheerleader outfit, which the cheerleader outfit was already a walk around outfit. I mean, that was the real inspiration for it, because I saw that and I was like, man, that looks so much better. It's like, why doesn't Helen look like this?
Are there photos of the Helen walk around at Mobile, or like any documentation whatsoever of that?
I don't think I have any photos of those. I'm pretty sure I don't. I mean, I redid when I got there, I moved the walk around. The walk around room was originally in the control room for the show, and that had to change because everybody was messing with that room, and the control system is always a problem. So I moved it actually up a couple of doorways to right before. It was in between the tech office and the men's restroom. So that I went in, we painted that room, cleaned it up, put new carpet down, and turned that into the walk around room.
Yeah, because I walked in there and they had a paper for Helen's costume, but I never knew that they had her. And also like I was
Mobile had Helen. They had Helen and Chuck. I can't remember if they had anybody else. We may have had Pasquale.
no Jasper.
I
Somebody
don't
told
think
me
they had
had
Jasper. I know they didn't have Munch.
Yeah, because I remember going in there a long time ago, and I'm like, why is the costume room in the electrical panel room?
Yes, it was the electrical room. Yeah, costumes were in the electrical room, and through the other door was the back of the kitchen where the birthday cake freezer is.
Doesn't the Great Stage in Huntsville still have the cheerleader outfit?
Yeah, I think it's still on her right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that district wide. So that was every store in the district got one of those outfits. They got, I had the seamstress create the actual dress, and then I did all the boa hair, feather boa hair with the orange tints for her hair. I did the adapters for her arms to hold the pom-poms, attached all those, put all those assemblies together. So basically we had a regular district meeting of all the techs, and I brought in, they each got their own bag with their own Helen outfit in it. And we did a training seminar on changing everything out on Helen.
Yeah.
So I assume Dothan also had a Helen walk around. Like there's no footage of Dothan really. Did you ever go to that store?
You know, I don't think I'd ever been to the Dothan store. I did go to the Pensacola store.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't think I'd ever been to the Dothan store.
Are you the one that put the glitter around the organ at the Pensacola store? Because he had like glitter on the rims of the organ, and they also had a cheerleader Helen outfit.
I had I didn't do that to the organ in Pensacola. That may have came from inspiration, because I glittered the basically the posts of the organ. I covered it in silver glitter.
Yeah.
And that was in Mobile.
It was still like that. It was still like that, and it was, of course, it was kind of nasty looking after all these years. But
yeah,
Mobile actually had, like, I noticed one day those little crayon strips along the wall. They had painted over those in black, of course. And
yeah, my understanding. Somebody told me, I guess about, I don't know, a year or two after about a year, I guess, after I'd left the Mobile store, they said, they went into that stage and like painted everything on the back black.
Yeah, there was still red paint though, because there's a picture of the stage after they removed it. And sadly, I think it's just destroyed now. But there was still some red paint there, and I looked behind Chucky's rain curtain one day, and I saw the motor for the propeller, and that's kind of how I figured out that it must have spun around in a circle.
Yeah, actually, interesting fact about that. That was a ceiling fan.
Yeah, my friend sent me that one day, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that was a ceiling fan attached to a wall, and I had a safety mechanism, and it was on low, and it had a safety mechanism on it to disable it if you got up near it, just for safety purposes. But that basically would trigger any time that the Chuck E. Cheese neon sign would activate on the normal 3-stage.
Yeah.
I have one more question now. One more quick question now. Do you have more Mobile footage besides the Playroom promo, or is that all for Mobile?
That promo actually shows the Vegas set, and it shows the Playroom set as well. I think it has both sets in it. It's kind of it's a short combination of a lot of things. So, I mean, it's probably 5 minutes long. 5 or 6 minutes long, but it incorporates a lot of the different sets.
Is that the only other Mobile video you have?
Yeah, that's the only other Mobile video that I have.
Oh, okay.
In the IAAPA video, is Circus World in the IAAPA video? If you remember, I'm sure you haven't watched in a while, but
I want to say Lucky's in that video. It may not be for long, but I think you see him moving around a little bit, I think. But yeah, it has been a while. But no, it's been great talking to y'all. Y'all have jogged my memory on a lot of things. But it's great. I'm happy to share with y'all. I mean, I know a lot of this information is hard to come by and find on certain things. And I myself was, a person really young that asked people questions all the time, like, hey, how did this happen? Where did this come from? I did lots of research on stuff. So I know what it's like, and I can appreciate the work you put into it. So until next time, y'all have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's been a pleasure. Bye.
I have a question, a serious question. What is that thing on Duke's head?
Thing on what?
What is that thing on Duke's head?
On Duke's head?
Yeah, it's a reference to a show. Sorry.
Oh. I was trying to think of like footage I had put up, and I was like, he has a ball cap when, for the stage. I was like,
So there are pictures on showspizza.com of that you took of a full new Rock-afire stage with Duke and Beach Bear at IAAPA, but do you not have footage of that particular one?
I mean, I'll have to double check, but I think it was a photograph.
Yeah, there was like multiple pictures, and it was like it had all three stages, and you couldn't see like there. I didn't see any other ones, but
I know the footage. I mean, the footage I have is just from what I uploaded, what came up today from IAAPA. I don't have any more IAAPA footage, but I may have had photographs or something at one point. I'll have to see. There's like one more place I can look that I think I may have some photographs, but I can look at that. But I don't think I have any footage.
Did you go to multiple shows?
For IAAPA, I've been to many. Basically, what's interesting is over the years with IAAPA is, the animatronics aspect of IAAPA kept shrinking. Yeah. It was more games and rides and that kind of stuff. Especially, it was real interesting because it really did change after that, 95, 96 era. It started switching, to more, theme oriented stuff, less individual animatronics. There were some still, but there was less of it, because I did go each year when I was with corporate Chuck E. Cheese, because it always fell around November at that time. And it worked out like there was one year, it was like right before Thanksgiving. I mean, it was really, the timing of it. And so what I ended up doing was like flying to IAAPA from Dallas. And then I went to see my family after that, because it was a short flight. But yeah, it changed over time. There was less and less, so I kind of feel I was lucky. The year that I did all that video footage, I kind of thought, well, I kind of got most of it, because shortly after, there was, a lot of companies disappeared. A lot of companies weren't showing as much anymore, so, but as far as IAAPA footage, what I put up, that 30 something minutes, is I'm pretty sure that's all I have.
So the other pictures are just, so the other things are just pictures then?
They must have been pictures, and
yeah, they were just.
Yeah, it's possible I've lost some photographs over the years. Like I said, I got one more place to look, and if I don't find anything there, then everything I've scanned so far is all I have. But I will check one more place. I've got one more box of older stuff that I can go through.
You
think
said
that's
the.
fine.
Oh, sorry.
Let me get my message window open here because it's like George is sending us messages again. I guess he's still having mic issues.
The footage would have had to have been 95 because I found this like I'll try to send it in the chat. Yeah, this Sally's like 1995 booth looks exactly like your video. So I think the footage.
That sounds about right. Let's see, Brian. Before you left CEC, did you work on the second version of Studio C? If so, do you have stories on it? Yeah, on Studio C. It was it was unfortunate that I had to be involved in the downgrade from the 32 movement robot to the 16 movement robot. That was part of the process as we were moving forward. Kind of word came down that the cost had to be cut even more. So I was the one who had to make the decisions of what movements would stay and what movements would go. And I did it in a way that, when you programmed the 32 movement robot, that, the 16 movement robot would still, look fairly similar. It would just miss a couple of things, so it was something that was not fun to do as a creative person, but I understood the, financial end of it. So there were certain aspects, going through removing things like his body tip, which is the tip to the left, tip to the right. Those came out. Some of the actions of the arms were reduced a little bit. Various stuff like that. Trying to pull out the what I called them were the subtle movements, removing the subtle movements out of him in order to, get the price down. And of course, in its place, instead of the cylinders that would have been there, they just created, hard rods that took the place of the cylinder just to make it a fixed access on the character. The stage during that conversion process, a lot of that Corman did as far as scaling back and trying to retrofit. I didn't have, when I left, we were still doing the blue and green screen, but shortly after I left, I would say probably a couple of years afterwards, I started doing away with some of that, putting in the ticket machine and all that other stuff. So that's kind of like after I left that a lot of those stripped down shows started rolling out. When I left, we were still, even though the robot had 16 movements, we were still doing the stages that had the large center monitor, and it still had the blue screen on the side. That was still there, and we tweaked a lot of that through the process. So yeah, the Studio C, beta stage, was, as you all know, it's just a stripped down version of the alpha stage. I mean, it's just scaled back. Would it be easier for everybody if I just if you have your questions, I'll just go around and everybody just kind of go through their stuff one at a time?
You do that.
Okay, well, Nathan, we'll start with you.
All right, so I was curious if the Awesome Adventure Machine used APS by David Phillipson, which was the animatronic programming software that they've been using till today at this point. And it started, I think, in 1990. So I was curious if David ported his software for the Awesome Adventure Machine for y'all to use, or if there was something proprietary specifically for it.
It was proprietary, and it was from Triad. It was their proprietary control system. It was their interface cards, controller cards. It was all through them. So Dave wasn't involved with that aspect of it. He came in during Studio C. Brought him back in when we went to do Studio C, mainly because Dave could get us a more customizable software, more custom to what we needed, and then give us the same flexibility that we had with the Triad system at a much more efficient price, for what we were looking at. So, the programming, is very similar between, with Studio C as with the existing stages, but the Adventure Machine was its own kind of beast in itself. I mean, it was not Dave's work. So it was a little different.
Okay, because I was curious, because for Cyberstar 2000, the stuff that runs Studio C, the files on it can be dated back to 1996. So I was curious if he was somehow involved with the Awesome Adventure Machine or not. But I guess that was just early work.
Yeah, he wasn't involved in the Adventure Machine. So the stuff for Studio C dates back to him because it's the same, coding system. Basically, he just modified it, to add the features that Studio C had. That just changed the programming a little bit. But yeah, the Adventure Machine was a totally different programming language system and everything.
Gotcha.
What else?
Oh, you want me to do everything, or?
Just keep going.
Oh, okay. I have a lot of technical questions. So, what was the programming process like? Was it done while the set was still under construction, and did y'all have a thing in front of the show, or were y'all having to program from the back or something? What was the process of programming?
The programming process very similar to what the existing stages programming, Studio C programming is, except we did it in the back of the Arlington, Texas store. They had built a mock-up 3-stage platform that mimicked the size of Montfort stage, and then we had assembled the whole set on that stage in the back. And we had a computer out front, with the playback deck with the time code and everything. And that's where all the initial programming took place, and also experimenting. They were, testing things out and everything else like that. So they were using it to, trigger elements and that kind of stuff as all the kind of kinks were worked out of everything. It was very interesting the way it was all the electrical features and everything. Nothing was hardwired in, everything plugged into an outlet, and we had this just massive board behind the set covered in electrical outlets, because each outlet represented one of the electrical features of the stage, a light, a motor, whatnot. And then we had an extension cord running from that over to the effect. And if you can imagine, I mean, we had to use little P-touch labels. We had to label every single cord so we could figure out what went where, because it wasn't like a permanent install. It was, set up as a temporary location for the stage. But the programming was done there, with it in the back before it went to the store. So all that initial programming was done there.
I guess specifically for programming, how did they set up the robo scans? Because it's the same thing that Studio C had, those two moving spotlights that could change colors. And then also there was another part that could move. I think in one of the intermissions, there was a weird laser that was being put on one of the screens that wasn't in the existing stage footage. So it looks like it was actually on stage. So what were those two things, and how are they programmed?
There were so we had two RoboScan robotic lights. They were hanging from a truss, in the back of the Arlington store. And what we had done was, it just, basic math, but, we had determined ceiling height. We had determined location where the trusses had to be, and everything else, and replicated the mounting of them in the back of the Arlington store. They were suspended by giant chains from the ceiling, and they had all the lighting on them. And that way we had the dimensions. We knew how far back from the stage it had to be. We knew how far, how far from the floor it was mounted, which would be ceiling height at Montfort. We had that all figured out so that when we programmed the show, that we knew the X and the Y axis of the mirror system would line up. So, what we got when we went to the store, the only thing we had to fine tune was the actual, when we placed the RoboScans back on to the trussing system, then we knew what we did is we created is kind of, it was not really diagnostics, but it was a down and dirty way of figuring it out. We had both of the spotlights when we did a solid circle, we had them both converge in the middle on Chuck. And so what we did is when that skit would happen, we basically would play and pause the playback till they moved to that one point. Then we actually went to the actual fixture and tilted it left or right, up and down a little bit till we got that point. And then we knew they were aligned, to replicate the performance. So that's how we did those initial setup and everything else. The laser was actually, yes, it was actually behind the stage. It was where the projectors were, and it was just aimed at the screen. So it was actually the laser image was coming from behind, and then just showing up on the screen.
Okay. And was that for both screens, or
no? It was only on one, I think.
It was
only
on
had that.
It was on the right side.
Yeah.
So. Mm-hmm. Did y'all? So you reused the Mac valves for Chuck, but did you reuse any other aspects of the 3-stage for the Awesome Adventure Machine?
No, the Mac valve, and when I say reused, it came off of a previous show. It wasn't actually from Montfort. It was just the typical Mac valves that all the 3-stage show uses. And so we just had the traditional Mac valve setup that we used for that, but nothing else. I mean, there was nothing else. Everything else was either just a light bulb or motorized, but nothing from an existing stage or anything like that was reused. It was all of that was new. Everything on there was new. Lots of motors, lots of lights, obviously rope lighting, and also there was neon too as well. Inside the screen surrounds. Everything on the set was very modular. In fact, both screens, the left and the right hand side screens, they're all basically designed like a picture frame. They were cut at 45-degree angles and they bolted together. So when the stage came apart, those huge frames came apart into 4 separate pieces, and then were ported and then put back together. And then the polycarbonate screen was placed back in from the backside, which was in its own little metal frame that was screwed to it. And then you built the cabinet around the backside that had the drapes on it that kept everything black and dark inside. So the projector, had its optimum darkness for projecting to the screen. But yeah, everything like Chuck's cockpit came apart in multiple pieces. You can kind of see behind me, if you see these little dots right here and here, that's actually a seam between a top half and a bottom half. So they have little pieces and everything that, covered over, where the assembly points were.
Okay. Is there any surviving documents, bit charts, or any blueprints or anything that y'all had documented ever brought back to Corp or to you?
Yeah. If it exists in the studio, the only thing I remember that we had, because we really didn't have blueprints, there were some artist sketches, and then there were some individual photographs done that Duncan Brannon was in charge of, where I think it was a photo album he put together. He was in charge of naming everything. So everything had a name. I mean, the set, every bit of that set every piece of that set had a name, because if you notice, it's all faces. The whole thing is faces. Everything's got eyes and a smile or a frown or a something on it, and it just makes a face. And that was part of the concept, was that everything made a face. So when you look at stuff, like if you even look behind me, right up in here is a paint tray, and in the paint tray is a face. The actual screens on each side made faces, the surrounds on the screens. There were, on the rotating stage for the live show, the covered portion of that capsule printed on the corrugated metal was faces. There's just faces on everything.
Yep. So one thing, I don't know if you probably wouldn't know about this, but did you ever hear about anything called song code at your time in corporate? It was assumedly the previous programming software to APS, and all we know is its name and possibly one picture of it, but we know nothing. So I was curious if anyone ever talked about it.
I don't. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. So, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I think David knows, so we might have to contact him about that. But yeah, otherwise, that's all we know about it too. So, I noticed that Brainivac had 2 different light patterns. He cycles between 4 different colored patterns, but one of them is the light's inverted, and then one's not. So one appears to have more lights on, and one doesn't. So I was curious if he actually did have 2 mouth movements, or if those were just randomly playing back and forth between those 2 phases.
Yeah, it was a randomizer. So it was a single electrical function, and it would just randomize. Each time you triggered it, it would randomize the output.
Okay.
Brainivac had the one electrical function, which was the illumination, the lights on him, and then he had a single cylinder motion of forward and backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And everything else on him was literally that show had a key phrase we used on it all the time called free motion, which just meant his arms were slinkies where they just bounced. Free motion, the little trim around the top of his head just bounced back and forth. Lots of stuff like that on the show that just wasn't mechanical, but something mechanical did trigger it, to have some sort of motion look to it.
Gotcha. So this one's really interesting. So we have 3 different outfits we've seen of Awesome Adventure Machine Chuck. One of them is from 1996, and he has a pink undershirt and a multicolored hat. Then there's another pic from 1996 that changes that up for a gray hat. And then in your footage, it's the gray hat and a blue undershirt. So I was curious, what if the order of that's correct, and why y'all switched out the cosmetics like that.
That was the change of that would probably that fell under Shelley's area, and I think that evolved him. The final look was what you see in the picture, with the denim hat, and then he had the denim shorts or pants that matched it, because the walk around, basically they created a walk around outfit that was identical to what was on the stage outfit. So what he originally had in some of the photos was not what was the public product. The public product is what's in the picture that's behind me.
Gotcha. Was there a custom birthday show for the Awesome Adventure Machine, or was it the same as existing stage?
It was the same. It was the same birthday song. The only thing that the Adventure Machine had over the existing stages was that it had the panning video camera that we would switch to when it'd be time to talk about when the kids would announce their birthday, right as they were doing it, it would pan back and forth across the dining room, so the kids could see themselves and wave to themselves on camera.
Okay. Last thing about the programming was the animated little text display above Chuck. In the footage, it just kind of loops between like two different text pieces over and over again. So I was curious if that was actually programmable throughout the show and y'all just gave it a looping pattern, or if it only accepted something that would just loop for the rest of the show from the beginning.
It was actually something that it was not connected directly to the show. At that time, it was just independent. So you literally had to take a little wireless remote and program the phrases or whatever into it. And so that's why you only see like the same two phrases or three phrases in it just as it rotates through them. Because it was not actually attached, it wasn't programmable by the show.
Mm. And then my last things are from some friends that aren't in this Zoom call. Someone was curious if you knew how the Laserdiscs were mastered, if you were aware of how that happened.
The Laserdiscs were actually, they were mastered. When they're asking about mastering, there's different aspects to the mastering of the disc. The company that did it was Maxell, and they were basically sent as. I'm almost positive they were sent as digital Betacam. They were put on. They had to be in a certain format on digital Betacam with a specific time code and a specific lead in. There was like a frame you had to insert. It was really interesting. It was like a 10-second blank frame that you had to put in, like a white frame. It was 10 seconds before the beginning. There's a bunch of technical aspects of it. Then they were shipped to the company. Then they were made on a short run, of a low volume set of discs, and then sent back. And they looked a little different than the first ones. Looked a little different than commercial Laserdiscs. The first ones were more gold, and it was just due to the kind of like the reason a burnable DVD looks different than a regular DVD.
Okay, that answered their question. They also asked what camcorder was used to shoot the Awesome Adventure Machine and Mobile videos.
Two different camcorders. I did list in the description on the Adventure Machine. It was a Sony Hi8. I don't remember the model number. And the one for Mobile, that was my own personal camera. It was a JVC, and it was a SVHC, a Super VHS compact camcorder.
All right. And then someone else asked if you could possibly at some point upload the original footage of these videos you've been doing without upscaling, so they're in their raw format. They're curious if you could email that to us or something.
Well, I'd have to probably still put it on YouTube because it's still big files. But no, I can put the non-enhanced version. It's not pretty looking. It's very, very grainy and fuzzy. You also see the interlacing because it was all interlaced video. Those cameras were not progressive. So which is what has cleaned up when I'm remastering them. I'm actually turning them into non-interlaced progressive video, getting rid of the interlacing so you don't see. The best example of that is I'll be happy I can put them up there. The best is when you look at it, like when you look at the video, if you're watching the one for the Adventure Machine and you see as it gets close to the screen, or if you see the shade that comes down in front of Chuck, you'll notice a ton of scan lines visible, which is artifacting from the format, Yeah.
I think for that low quality of footage, though, I think YouTube compresses it really, really bad. So I think it wouldn't even be worthwhile.
Yeah, that's what I kind of have a feeling that it just, it's going to look bad. And this is, this was also, in case people want to know, the process of these videos was the original. Basically, for the Adventure Machine, it was a direct to Betacam SP from the camera, audio direct from the Laserdiscs into the recorder, and then that was the master recording. And then I took that and transferred it to DV Cam, Sony's digital professional format. That DV Cam is what basically it's a copy that I have that I created, the ones you see now. So that was the whole transfer process. It's much more transfer process in my original mobile footage because it went from the VHS-C to a copy on SVHS where it was edited together. Then that SVHS was then copied over to the digital DV Cam. So there was one more generation involved in the mobile footage than there is. The Studio C footage is basically a direct, But one of the questions that does come up, I've seen a lot on YouTube, is people asking, if I have, what did I take with me from CEC? Do I have anything else? Any of the tapes? People assumed I took tapes. All of that is incorrect. I did not take anything that belonged to the company. What I took was copies of the work that I had done with the company, just for resume purposes, that kind of stuff. So everything you're seeing here, unless they threw it away, it should exist within the archive within the department, the entertainment department. But knowing how the entertainment department kind of was, it's possible a lot of it got thrown away, because they'll just go through and, grab old stuff that hadn't been used in a long time and just pitch it, So, I have no idea. But yeah, everything I have it literally is it's a clone of what was there. I didn't take anything with me that they don't, or they didn't possess when I left.
Yeah. So, and then one last question from me, because I was curious. You mentioned last interview that the first 12 stores of Studio C used modem to send the show data over. So I was curious if they still sent, with the Laserdiscs and eventually DVDs, if they still sent floppy disks for those stores, and if the modem data overwrote the floppy when you updated it.
The ones that the initial ones with the modem, we did remote programming and everything, and basically sent them the Laserdisc. We didn't do the floppy. What we'd do is we would send them the Laserdisc. We would get confirmation back that they had the discs. And then on the date that they were supposed to begin playing the show, that night before, we'd have it dial out and update the system overnight for the new show so that they knew they could put the discs in the morning and do that. Some of them we may have sent discs as a backup measure in case something went wrong. But most of them, no, we just did, I had little batch files that would call each store, and it would just go from store to store to store and then just update them.
So most likely, if we were to ever get any Showtape signals from those songs and Showtapes, it would have to be straight from corporate somehow on someone's computer when y'all sent that out.
Oh, I mean, there would have been a floppy disk backup. I mean, I did keep. I mean, we kept a copy there of each, show. And like I said, I still think. I mean, I don't know. It's been 20 years, but I mean, we didn't throw away every copy of the Laserdisc from the Adventure Machine. There was a set kept, in the archive. We threw away the extra copies, but I didn't throw away. There was always one set left.
Mm.
So right. I have no idea where it is or what's happened to it, but yeah, there was. I mean, we kept in the library, a copy of that, copy of the actual disc, a pair of the discs, and related, the related diskette. I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up here. We're talking Studio C. We did keep it. We did keep the discs. And for the Adventure Machine, though, there may be the Laserdiscs at the entertainment department, but no programming that I know of. We didn't have the original programming for that.
All right, that's everything I got.
All right, let's jump over to George. He just sent another message. Do you remember who voiced Chuck at the Vegas convention? I do. It was Jeremy Blado. He did the voice for Chuck for the Vegas convention, the several of the initial Studio C shows, and then we went back with Duncan. What else do you have, George? We'll give him a minute to type. Courtney says surprising. What's surprising?
Just the fact that that was Jeremy. That I wonder.
Well, there was. I'll give everybody a little bit of backstory. When the Adventure Machine was, once it had been released, once it was out in the public and everything else, we had a changeover, and the vice president who was over the entertainment department, he moved on and to a different job, and entertainment for a while, for a short period, had no VP in charge. Then they put Gene Cram of construction over entertainment. At that time, there was, that's when a lot of people also took they made a decision that they were wanting to go different directions. So we kind of, as far as in-house, we kind of lost a lot of talent at that point. Shelley had moved on. Duncan moved on. I mean, he was still doing the voice, but he had moved on from actually working in the studio. And so it scaled down. I was the only one left. I hung back and stuck with it. And we had, new people that came in, and Jeremy was brought back in. Jeremy originally worked for the construction department, but he was brought back in as director of entertainment. It's also the time Robert Gotcher got involved. I was able to hire an assistant to help me, which was Brent Gray, came on board. So, there was a large changeover during that time, and that initial bit, Jeremy did the voicing for Chucky for like I said, the first couple of Studio C shows, and then the Duncan at the time, I think, got pulled into a bunch of stuff for Barney. And then he was freed up some, so he came back to do the voice of Chuck again. So there are a couple of shows, including the Vegas premiere, the premiere of Studio C, that the voice was Jeremy instead of Duncan.
So that was just because Duncan was busy with other projects, so that's why Jeremy took.
Yeah, I want to remember. I mean, he was doing other things, and I think it was an internal decision at that point, kind of to have Jeremy do Chucky's voice. I think that was, it was one of those things that was one of those decisions that I was not, in the process. I don't know the all the exact reasonings. But at the time, they had asked Jeremy to do the voice for Chuck, so he was doing that, for like I said, those first couple of shows. And then Duncan was available again, and we brought him back in to do Chuck's voice. So there is like a short period where his voice changes, and then goes back to Duncan. See, George says for the August '97 show, that was the Chucky walk around, appearing a lot on screen, made on purpose. So programmers didn't do work on the programming on the AEM, get to prepare for Studio C. As from the looks of it, the Chuck bot on the AEM only speaks in the opening and ending titles. Yes and no. The idea of the whole Adventure Machine and having the larger than life video screens was to be able to take Chuck E. Cheese and take him from the physical presence on the stage into the video presence on the screen. So every time that he was in the video footage, then obviously before he would get on the footage, the screen with the shade would roll down in front, and then it was like he walked out into the video. So it was intentional, the way that was designed. That was part of the design. Some of the stuff with Studio C just kind of carried over from that, where it was, if he was not directly involved in the song, then portions of the song, then the curtain would close, because the original Studio C shows, he would introduce videos and stuff, and then he'd go away, and then after the video played towards the end, the curtain would open up and he'd come back. So it does save you from having to program all the movements in, but there was some intentional aspects of it, especially with the Awesome Adventure Machine. The idea, and that's why the screens were so big. It was the idea that Chucky would go into the video scene and be a part of that, because the push was for that show was to be more video oriented, than physical set with multiple animatronic characters. I mean, they were trying to solve the never ending issue with a 3-stage of maintenance. Now ironically, if you look at the Adventure Machine, we never even did a study on what the maintenance would have been like on that show. But there was a lot involved, because there were so many different pieces on it, and the fact that they were all kind of custom made, that it's like, well, what happens if somebody breaks off this little basketball piece, or what happens if somebody breaks a corner of this? I mean, how do we replace all these parts? To try to keep a catalog of all those parts, like the big wheels that turn, the gears that turn behind Chucky. I mean, those were made out of plastic. Like some of them were made out of plastic bowling pins that were cut in half and then attached to large wheels. I mean, it was insane, the amount of detail that was in that show. But it almost, in a lot of ways, did kind of represent itself as more of a thing that you would see at a major theme park, that was a one-of-a-kind kind of situation, rather than going in 300 locations and seeing the exact same thing, because of everything that was in it. It was very, very complex. And even stuff like if you're looking at the stage, over to this side of it, which would be in the right-hand side if you're looking at it, there was a tower, and that tower contained, it was a metal tower, and it contained multiple elements in it. The top element had a bunch of air conditioning, metal ductwork around it, 2 eyes for lights, and it had a fog machine in it. And so it would blow smoke out the top at various times. And that was tied to the show. And that fog machine was a huge pain. It used the glycerin type fog fluid like you do for just typical fog machines, and the stuff is sticky and it builds a residue. It made the carpet slick in front of the stage, because it would fall, the mist would fall from the fog, and it would just leave a residue. It would get sometimes overheated and jammed up. We had to replace it, I think, once. It was a neat effect, but it was just, the implementation wasn't very good. And so, it was one of the problematic things we had. There was also, inside the middle section of it, it had 2 arms. The kind of bot that was in there had 2 arms with irons, and the irons would come down to the middle, and it would light up on the bottom. And we had some air hoses dangling in it, in water, in a clear traditional water tank. We just turned the bottle right side up instead of upside down like you see on the dispenser, and we just had the water in there. But you had to keep that basic Clorox in the water to keep it from mildewing and molding. I mean, just and you have water sitting in this jug, that would blow bubbles and stuff and had different lights. And so, I mean, there were a lot of, and the water would evaporate. So every so often they had to go in there and get the jug out and try to put more water in it. So there were a lot of things like that were challenges with that stage, I mean, on maintenance issues, and also in just the kind of R&D and having it in place and kind of looking at it on a daily basis and working on it. Another huge problem we had from the get-go was the screen that comes down in front of Chuck when he's not visible on the stage. Originally, it was a motorized roll-down piece of vinyl, and it had little pieces of an aluminum track on the side, and it had just an aluminum rod that was on the bottom as a weight for that vinyl screen. And they had printed on the vinyl screen the Awesome Adventure Machine logo. But the way that thing worked, every time it came up or down, it would notoriously wiggle a little bit, and one side of the bar would get caught and it would get skewed and it would pop out of the track. It's just big mess. It never worked right. And so we were trying to figure out what to do with it. And I thought, well, wait a minute. Somebody out there's got to make some kind of like garage door, basically of some type. And I went and we did a lot of research. And what we found was what we retrofitted it with was an aluminum motorized storm cover, like a hurricane protector for windows. So it actually is thick aluminum slats, and it rolls up into this giant door assembly above, and that was hidden up inside the front of the machine. And it was on its own guides, and it would roll down and come down to the bottom. And we basically had to put we put optical sensors like the garage door has on both sides to make sure nobody, if they had their hands inside the machine for any reason, that the door would not descend, because it was not forgiving. It was one direction only at a time. It was either going down or it was going up. So we had, that's also why there was a piece of Lexan across the front. It was to keep people from putting their hands inside. That's why the Lexan came halfway up on the robot. That was added in, right before we got it and showed it to the public. These are all things we were trying to work on to improve the show, because they were technical problems with it that were reoccurring over and over and over again. So the original roll down actually had the logo on it, but the video that you see was after we had replaced it with the new door, and we had not had a logo put on it. That's why there's no logo on it.
Do you remember what color that vinyl curtain was? I don't think we've ever seen it in pictures.
Yes, it was beige, and it was actually about the same color as the one you see in the video. It was just a light beige color,
cool,
just neutral. And it had the same Awesome Adventure Machine logo that was with the pictures that I uploaded. That was a piece of letterhead we had for the Awesome Adventure Machine. So it's the same graphic as that was on the original screen. George says he is done with questions, so let's move on to Courtney.
So who brought about the idea to just remove Chucky's friends, like physically from the stage, and just kind of put them on the screens instead? Why was that?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I do know that I think that was just part of the process when they were designing the Adventure Machine and thinking about what direction to take the show as a physical piece. I think the logic of that was that, we've got, you've got two different looks within the company. You had more than just two, but basically you had the Chuck E. Cheese style characters, the real simple movement characters, that look like, just big puppets, and then you had the 3-stage show, which was the converted Rock-afire that had much more realistic movements and everything else. And they were, vastly different. But at the same time, you had maintenance to do on 5 characters. And so I think the idea was, how do we scale that down? How do we, focus in and have less animatronics to repair all the time? And so that's where I think the idea came from, is let's focus on Chucky. He'll be the animatronic, and then, we'll put everybody else, in the video. And specifically for the Adventure Machine, the walk around characters, they had custom heads made that were remote control. I mean, that's why their mouths move. That was built specifically for the Adventure Machine footage. That way you had the walk around characters could actually talk, and you basically had puppeteers off to the side, using remote controls like you'd see for remote control airplanes, that kind of stuff. Each one of the walk arounds, they had a little battery pack that went in them, and for the motorized aspects and all of that. So they were, they had motorized features on them, and they had puppeteers off to the side, doing the mouth movements and eye and all that kind of stuff for them. And that carried over for a while until you get into Studio C. And then you get back. We went back into using puppets again in a mixture, also from walk around.
Okay, so you mentioned a bird that dropped from the ceiling on the mobile show that used Antioch's mech.
Yes.
Well, I thought the Wink used Antioch's mech. So how that work?
No, the Wink actually used an airline from Antioch's system. But what I did was tied the bird in, or the Antioch's cylinder, into what was either the building or the moon, one of the two. So what happened was you got, whenever the building would come up or the moon would come up, you'd get the bird dropping down and then going back up. So yeah, it was using the mechanism, but not the electronic signal, because that signal was the valve that did the Wink. And the Wink was just a single action cylinder. It was a single airline that was spring loaded, that the cylinder was spring loaded. So when it had air applied, that would take it to do the Wink, and then it would pop back up naturally with the spring inside.
Okay. So did you programmed all the stages, right? The 3-stage in the Studio C. How was that work divided between you and Brent? Like, did you program specific things and he programmed specific things, or?
Yeah, somebody else had asked that question on YouTube, and we kind of broke a lot of it up depending on workload. Typically, initially, we broke it between stages. When Studio C first came out, I did the Studio C programming, and then he worked on the 3-stage and then the translation down to the single stages. But at varying times, there was different parts of the show that we programmed. I mean, he did some Studio C programming. I did 3-stage programming. I mean, it just really depended on what was going on at the time and what the workload was, and just kind of going through all that. So we both took parts in various programming on all of the shows. I mean, there would be some times where we'd program a portion of it. It's like I'd go through and do all the robot stuff, and then he'd come in and do the lighting on Studio C. Or there was parts of it, you could trade off, pieces of it. Because of the way you could program. So some shows were combinations of both of our work. Some shows were just all me. Some shows were just him. It just varied from show to show. And it takes so long to program the shows. It literally becomes a blur as to who programmed what and how much of it and everything else. But I mean, it was definitely, a lot of it was joint effort.
All right. I think that's all I have question-wise.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, over to Kevin.
So let's see. My first question is, like, how long was Animation World of Orlando involved with Chuck E. Cheese? Because I thought the last thing they did with the Adventure Machine character, but I think you said they did something with the clocks in the Studio C.
Yes. yeah, Animation World was, basically, they were involved with CEC through the concept unification phase, all the way, up into Studio C in varying ways. They built the repair parts, for the shows. I mean, that was really their main thing. Also, when they did, so they built the robot for Studio C, they built some of the mechanical effects for Studio C. Like I said, like the clock, they had that kind of stuff done. They had, we had them do, I think on Studio C, we had them do the curtain system. They handled having that put together. And so we kind of, with Studio C, we kind of diversified everything. We didn't, it's one of those, you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. So we diversified a lot of stuff, but they were involved, for a long time. And Greg, who was the owner, like I said, I was so lucky to work for and work with some incredibly talented people. I mean, it would, every time we were trying to work on something or needed something, I could call him and, I mean, he would be right on top of it. I mean, there were a lot of tweaks that had to do with the adventure machine, getting that robot to work right. There were some complicated things with that robot. I don't know, you've probably noticed that on the adventure machine, Chucky's eyes, his eyelids are actually slanted. They're actually not straight up and down. They're on an axis like this. And that was super complicated to create, and have them come down and go back up in that angled position. Because if you look at the walk around character, that's how the walk around character's eyes were done. They were on an angle. And that was a complex portion of that robot, to get those right. And in fact, when we transitioned over to Studio C and started working with Garner Holt, that was one of the things that we had to change because it was such a problematic design that we went back to straight vertical eyes with eyelids, because the eyelids were able to be maintained inside the head. They didn't have to extend out of the head, which is what happened with the ones that were on an angle. And it also made the character much bigger, because of having to have them on an angle for the mechanics for it all. So there was stuff they were involved with that, and they produced, like I said, spare parts for the 3-stage shows, for the regular shows. They were involved in the ability where the eyeballs for the 3-stage, the design was changed. They were changed from being hand painted with just a piece of kind of plastic stuck on the front to actually drilled out and a recessed marble put into them to make them look more realistic. In fact, it was actually they had gotten that, I want to say they said that they had gotten that idea and worked with a taxidermist for the actual insert of the eyeball to pop that in that marble inside, to give all the characters a little more realistic looking eyes. But it was still the same Delrin plastic that was what the original eyes were made of too. But yeah, there was a lot of involvement from them. And then of course the masks were all done by Dave Thomas. And that was from concept unification, creative engineering, then through also to concept unification, and then, also forward into the adventure machine. So he was involved in all of that. We had the 3-stage mask went through 2 phases. There was the original mask that went out with concept unification. Then there was a 2nd generation mask, which is in the footage of Mobile, that was a revised mask based on the kind of trying to mimic the walk around character, making Chuck look more friendly. some people like that mask, some people don't. I've seen the comments on YouTube. Some people are like, ugh, you know. Some people are like, somebody said it was that cursed mask. um, but personally, I liked it much better than the first generation concept unification mask, because that one I thought was creepy. But that one looked like the walk around at the time. I mean, if you compare them, you know, so. But unfortunately, we lost Dave, you know, while I was there working, and the problem was he was the sole supplier of the cosmetics, the masks, and everything. And so, out of, you know, when we started kind of talking about everything, and we started talking about the masks themselves, issues with them. You know, we looked at what the cost would be. You know, we did consider, you know, having possibly Garner make masks for all the characters. But as we started thinking about it, we really kind of looked at, we worked closely and ultimately with Cowan Costumes, who makes the walkarounds. And we went to them and said, look, is there a way we can kind of take the look of the walkarounds, make it fit these shells, you know, from the 3-stage, and come up with something that doesn't have the same kind of maintenance problem, you know, as the latex masks, because notoriously the latex masks would tear. You know, the problem that creative engineering had was them melting. It was a different formula. The ones that a lot of the Chuck E. Cheese stores had after concept unification, and mostly it was tearing. It wasn't as much of a melting problem. But then we began the process of creating those, you know, hard plastic masks that utilized, you know, the look of the walkarounds and of the existing. They actually made molds and models from the set of masks in the studio. And we had lots of trial fittings. In fact, the most complicated mask to make was Pasquale's. That was the most complicated one.
It's the last one, because you didn't have a picture of Pasquale. I was thinking.
Yeah, Pasquale was still being worked on when I took those pictures. So we finalized them before I left, but when I took those pictures, we were still working on his, and that was the most difficulty we had, getting it to fit right and look right, and to where the mouth fit in. And you know, we tried, you know, the best we could with those, you know, to hide the jawline separation, you know, because what we were trying to avoid was the look of the 1 and 2 stage shows. We were still trying to retain the look of the 3-stage show, but make something a little more durable, that you didn't have techs having to deal with torn, you know, huge openings in the latex from the mouth where it's dropping down. Because a lot of stores, you know, they wouldn't have the tolerances set right. There was a specific tolerance for that jaw. It's only supposed to open so far and go so far back. And sometimes the cylinders would get out of alignment, or they replace the cylinder and not align it. So you need to have a massive drop in the jaw, which would just cause the mask to rip and tear. So we switched around. And like, if you notice also on that series of masks on 3-stage shows, they had tongues. The tongues were there for a specific reason, because the tongues hid the bolts that were holding the jaws to the mouth mechanism.
Yeah. So with the second generation mask, was that sculpted by Dave Thomas too?
Yes, it was. Dave did the design on that mask.
And the Awesome Adventure Machine mask?
And the Awesome Adventure Machine. Mm-hmm.
Do you know about the company Kinetics, what they did with Chuck E. Cheese, how long they were involved? That was another Orlando company. I've seen their like serials on like some of the Cyberamic characters, like the 2-stage. I don't know if that was all they did, or if they did stuff for Studio C.
That I don't know, because that must have been either before my time, or that was something specific to the parts department. But yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember a company. I don't remember dealing with a company called Kinetics.
Yeah.
Because once again, you know, I mean, the parts department having to stock the parts for everything. I mean, there was, you know, different companies obviously involved, because there was, you know, hundreds and thousands of parts. The parts catalog was like this thick. It was huge. for a store, because the parts department stocked just more than the show, also games and ride parts, all that stuff.
So there's a picture of the Studio C when it was in development, and it had a green screen instead of the blue screen. You know when that was changed out to the blue screen and why they decided to go with that instead of a green screen?
We first started experiments on the stage, and the first thing we tried was a painted, green screen. And I mean, literally just roll on paint like you'd see in a TV station. What we found out real quick, first of all, the green color wasn't as attractive. The blue was much more attractive looking, but then we found out that the blue paint, because it kind of goes on like chalk, is highly susceptible to greasy fingerprints from children. And as soon as they started touching the thing, it was nasty looking and you couldn't clean it. There was really no way to clean it. I mean, the way the paint was. So what we changed out, what evolved out of that, was instead of having the painted backdrop, we switched it to where it was cut out and inserted was a blue lucite panel, and it was lit from the back to eliminate the touch issue where you could wipe it off because it was just a plastic panel. And it was lit from behind to help the keying better when you were standing in front of the camera. And that was the evolution of that. So we went through the green paint, we went through the blue paint, and then we ultimately went with the backlit blue panel because that you could wipe down and keep clean. And basically the frame around it was basically like a padded yellow bumper is what we had designed, so that if kids bumped against it or something, it would, protect where that was set in, and also give them a little protection from cracking the back plastic that was on there.
But was the green screen ever put into a store, or was it always the blue? I think
the green screen was an original experiment in the studio.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it was blue from that point out.
Yeah.
One of the other things was initially with it was that premiered with it was karaoke.
Yeah.
There was a built-in coin-op mech that was on the side panel of the blue screen area, and it was monetized. You drop a token in, and it would basically had a little screen tell you, please wait, because it would have to finish whatever skit it was in. If it was it would allow the show to finish a animated skit. If it involved the robot, it would finish that first. If it was a skit that had just intermission, it would interrupt the intermission, and then Chucky would come out and introduce himself and say, hey, come here, you're gonna pick a song. You get to pick a song, and basically there were 4 buttons. And each button had a different character and color on it, which appeared on the screen by the name of the song, and you got to pick the song you wanted, and then you got to sing along with it as Chucky kind of watched on. It was that the illusion of interaction. There was very limited. He wasn't really responding to anything necessarily you were doing. That was all canned, but it was to give you the illusion of you're performing on stage and all that kind of stuff. And that had its own problems, with keeping the durability. We had the microphone was always an issue with that, trying to keep a microphone that was durable that kids wouldn't destroy. We had issues with the camera itself, the camera housing, that particular camera housing, that mechanics and everything, that was also Animation World of Orlando. They supplied the camera for the blue screen, and trying to have that design where kids could take it and move it a little bit, but not break the camera. That was a huge challenge. We went through a lot of mounting systems with that, trying to keep the camera from breaking, because you'd get kids, hanging off the end of it, slamming it back and forth. It's like, you design this kind of stuff, and then you say, okay, here's what we want to do, but we want you to treat it like a tornado just hit it, and it's got to be able to withstand that. So there was always interesting challenges with that.
Speaking of karaoke, I noticed that one of my floppy disks for Studio C says in parentheses karaoke version on it. Was there did you ever send out separate floppies for non-karaoke?
There were two versions of Studio C that went out in the alpha version. There were stores that had karaoke and stores that did not have karaoke.
Oh, gotcha.
So if you had karaoke, you received the karaoke version, of the programming. Obviously the Laserdiscs were all the same. It was the programming that allowed you to interact with the karaoke system and all that. And the karaoke system had its own. This was another Dave Phillipson design. The karaoke system had its own little interface box, about the same size as the the original control box for the Cyberstar system, and it was the karaoke interface, which had the mic inputs and all that kind of stuff to set up, and then the interface to go to the computer system to run the karaoke. So it was kind of like an add-on. We kind of created it as an add-on.
So when the intermission would get interrupted, would it just resume from the point it got interrupted, or would it just restart?
It would automatically proceed to the next item. So if the next item was another intermission, it would go to that. If the next item was a birthday show, it would go to that. If it was a skit, it would go to whatever was next in line of the order of progression. Birthday segments did the same thing. If you went to schedule a birthday show with the system, it would interrupt an intermission, but it would not interrupt a show skit. It would just follow the show skit. Because we never wanted the instance of you go to do karaoke or you go tell a birthday party to start, and all of a sudden, Chucky just all of a sudden just pops back into standstill and the curtains close and everybody's like, what just happened? We always made sure that didn't happen.
That happens a lot nowadays because at my old store, they used to pop in live shows and stuff during the middle of a show all the time.
Yeah, what rolled out ultimately, it was just being started when I was leaving, was the adaptation of the single Blu-ray player to play back the show for existing stages, and it literally is. I mean, it was just similar to the cassette record, the VHS system, but different to the fact that they literally can just go in there and punch eject, and out comes the disc, and everything freezes and stops. And they stick in, or the next disc to go to it, or they go to the chapter they want, to activate it. So yeah, that's just an unfortunate, design issue with that I was not involved with it, allowing it to do that, but that was the direction I knew that they were heading with the existing stages, was to move them over to DVD.
And
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So you said you were involved with the development of the 16 movement. I thought that was 2003, but I think you had left by then. So I guess they had developed it earlier and then installed it a few years later.
Yes, it was developed early on. A lot of times these things, they start the process and you work on the development and it finally, rolls out. But yeah, it was before I was leaving. We were already in the process of scaling down the character, what it would be like, what movements would be gone, that kind of stuff.
Were the 16 movements built yet, or you were just deciding on them?
We were just deciding. I don't know. There may have been one built. I mean, Garner was working on it, but I don't know exactly if one had entered the field yet before I had left. But it was in the works.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they hit the field until like 2003 or something like that. It took a little time, I guess.
Courtney asked about the karaoke again, if the interaction was inspired by the Rock-afire's karaoke system. No, not really. It was just, they all kind of work the same way. So it's kind of hard to say it was, one person over another. There's just, limited interaction. Well, at the time, what we had the ability of doing, but no, it wasn't directly, didn't really have anything to do with creative engineering. It was just something that they had been wanting to be able to try with the show for a long time.
Let's see. Did Corman do the desks for the Studio C, or is that someone
Yes,
else?
they did the desks. The desks originally, as we went forward, it was one of the problems we had with Studio C. The desk was great visually, but it was very problematic with the robot because the clearances were tighter than I really wanted them. In order for Chucky to be able to move his hands, there was a specific order that you had to move him in. You had to actually have his hands rotate. You had to have his wrist move. You had to have his arm lift in order to get them out over that desk. And if any of that motion failed for any reason, you'd have him hung up, pushing like this, pushing on the desk. It was problematic. We actually removed a lot of desks. That was ultimately one of the things that led into that second generation not having a desk, because we had issues with just the kids grabbing onto his arms when he was trying to lift them, things like that, where it became complicated, and then it was damaging the figure. So it was kind of one of those things where if nobody could have reached it and touched it, then it would have been okay. But the fact that what happened is we thought that the desk would be originally the idea was that it would be a good barrier to keep people away from the robot. What happened is everybody takes their child and sits them on top of the desk, right up against the figure. And that's when you get problems, so that's why some of the desks were removed out of Studio C alphas, but the desk remains in some, so that's why there still was there's still a desk at some of them. But it was one of the things that was being modified as I was leaving because of the problems that were involved with it.
Was there no way to make the clearance bigger for the desk?
There was not, due to the stage, the way the stage was set up and the way the curtain system was set up. They weren't able to make the desk any thinner. It would have had to have been thinner. And the problem with the thinner desk was it wasn't stable if somebody was trying to put their child up onto the stage. There was multiple issues with that. So that's why, it's like I said, when you're developing something, you get a lot of unexpected results. And it's different if you think of it from a perspective of if the inside of a Chuck E. Cheese was like going into a Disney themed attraction, there is a definitive barrier between you and the attraction. You don't have that inside a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant. There is not a barrier between you and the actual show. So you get into those issues of having to figure it out, and what works and what doesn't work.
Can everyone hear me okay now? I think I disconnected before.
Yeah, you dropped out for a second, but you're back.
Trying to think if I forgot any questions. You could move on to someone else for now.
Let's move on to CEC Master.
Okay.
Sure. So we know that the corporate office had the first Studio C, and we have a couple pictures from around that premiere. But by the time the new diagnostics were made, which you and Brent made cool commentary, it looks nothing alike and newer. So to tie in a bit with my summer 99 questions, it's implied you guys replaced the Studio C by then, or at least however much of it. So my question now is, how many Chuck bots did they ever have with that Studio C? Because it seems at least 2. and whenever they made changes to their in-house Studio C.
Oh, so you mean how many robots were actually how many robots actually were in the Studio C in the entertainment department?
Yes.
There were two. There was an original, and then there was a replacement. Um, we had we had quality control things that were going on that initially one of the biggest problems that we had was on Chucky's nose. The way he was originally designed was his nose was airbrushed black with a silicone paint. From the actual mold, when they made the mask, it was the pink skin color, and then the mouth also was airbrushed on the tongue. It was airbrushed in. Well, what the issue was is when we got into the field in the stores, every child wanting to touch his nose, everybody touching on his nose, were rubbing off the black paint, and his nose would start becoming pink. And so they tried to figure out, well, what can we do? So they sent out some little paint touch-up kits. But the problem is the paint touch-up kits were real thick paint with the paintbrushes, and so you ended up with this really looked like almost like you took like lipstick and tried to like cover over where the issues were. Real thick. It really was not attractive looking at all. It was a problem. So they revised the molding process of the mask to where they injected black silicone in first into where the nose was, and then filled it with the flesh tone further out, so that the actual nose was black all the way through. So no matter how often you touched it, it wouldn't lose its coloring. We also had issues with the eyelid mechanisms, the original eyelashes that came out. If you notice in some of the original footage, as well as the pictures from Garner Holt, in fact, the mannequin bot with his hands out like this, he has the original eyelashes on him. They actually protruded forward and then had a rubber lash on them that looked like what's on the walk around. And we found out very quick in the field that once again, there was no way to keep that adhered to the eyelid without, children were grabbing the eyelashes, tearing them, ripping them. It was causing damage to the eyelid mechanism where it would scrape the eyeball, because there's a very tight tolerance between the eyeball itself, and that moving eyelid. So that was changed as well, to where it's just a fuzzy little band across the eyelid itself. Just it's a little bit of like fuzzy fake fur. And so what happened is we had to do we did some bot swaps, and that may end up taking into account for some people when you are looking at the serial numbers, why some of the serial numbers don't line up. Is because we had some exchanges going on where the entire robot was swapped out.
Okay, so there were two. In the dance party footage in front of the blue screen, was that with the original figure or the newer figure?
That was the newer figure.
Okay. In your commentary, it was said that there were about 25 of them made with posable fingers. Garner Holt said that they made batches of 32, and the first one was definitely 32. So I'm curious to hear more about the posable fingers, and if those figures ever got them mass replaced.
I don't know how many we did with the mask exchanges. Yeah, the original fingers, that was another issue. He did have bendable fingers. They were basically very similar, actually, kind of in concept, to the fingers that were in the Cyberamic shows. Basically, it was adjustable metal inside, and so you typically it was just you put on the glove that went on it, and then you just bent the fingers into the right position. Well, that does cause issues if the fingers are in the wrong position or they're sticking out or get damaged. We had some where they would get broken. Kids twisting on them, pulling on them. So we switched from the bendable fingers to the solid hand, the solid molded hand that wasn't bendable. And that was once again to resolve, physical issues with the character on there. So, Garner's probably right on numbers. If it was done in a first batch of 32, I'd go with his count on that. But yeah, that's why. I mean, in one of the original designs too, we had his wrist actually had 180-degree movement. Well, it sounds cool when you think he can do, what a human wrist. If I take my wrist, I can, do almost 180-degree, movement on it. But on the robot, he can't twist everything else the same. So when he moved his wrist, it was this weird bump upside down. It looked completely unnatural. Nobody moves like that. So we had to change it to a 90-degree movement. And that affected the, all the robots as well, switching to that 90-degree movement. But that was early on. That was during the prototyping phase that we realized right off the bat that it was like, oh, no, we got to change this. This isn't working.
And when was that original figure at the corporate office replaced? Would you know?
That I don't recall. I mean, it was after. I mean, it was after the show started rolling out, to stores. But I don't know the actual date when that was changed out.
Okay. I want to hear more about Las Vegas. What regarding show development was there? Any information or things that weren't filmed? Because otherwise, we'll never know.
Well, for Las Vegas, I mean, the like I said, there is some footage I don't have where it was a breakfast where Chucky was in the shower. But as far as like promoting the show, it truly was just the robot itself. And what you'll see in some of the video footage of that is the basic set was it was just a large rectangular stage. There was a podium on one side, and on the other side was the robot and the bird. And we had for that show, we had Dave come up with a random movement function. That basically I created a pattern of what the robot should do, and then he created a function for it to randomly do that over and over again, because the character was always visible. The little segments that were done for it were not your they were customized segments for the convention. So it was not like a typical Showtape, it was very it was personalized for that convention. So the skits were very short. It did involve let's see, we brought back if y'all remember in some of the shows, Larry the technician. We brought Larry back. We actually reused the drawn footage of Larry, the animated footage, and put new vocals with it. But he was trying to help Chuck get ready for this big premiere in Las Vegas. There were behind him were let's see, 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 rear screen projection TV systems. And they were on gigantic platforms making a giant pyramid shape. And that can be seen in the footage. But it was really complex because they were very heavy, and we actually had to hoist them onto platforms on the stage. So, it was a very time intensive setup. I mean, we spent it took us a couple of days to get that all put together, the whole show, the stage platform, all the monitors, get everything wired up, to the show system. And we had a small booth off to the side where we had not only the pre-programmed segments for the convention, but we also had the capability to do some editing and stuff, because the final show, the final evening at the banquet, the awards, they had an awards banquet for all the general managers, and that's based on sales increases and all that kind of stuff, typical for any company. They basically, we had a skit that Robert Gotcher had gotten lots of footage around Las Vegas during the convention and stuff, lots of pictures of everybody, and so there was a kind of a photo montage that was put together, little video. And so we had it set where there was a pre-done script for Chucky that led into that live video being played back for that convention. So it gave it something kind of unique. I mean, that not only was there pre-recorded material, but there was something actually live there that was brand new, unique to just that event. But yeah, there's you'll see a lot of that in the video of the different parts of that put together.
Okay.
But basically, the robot was pretty much used as a introduction, and then he interacted during like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So that he was kind of the unofficial the unofficial MC.
So then there's what you had said about Las Vegas going to Brookfield and other early figures replaced. We're trying to make sense of the order of the earliest figures that were made, because it also tells us how many copies of the different shows were made. We care that much. So is there any recollection of the orders of those original figures and where they were sent that you might know?
That I don't know. I know where figure 1 was originally. But I don't know for that. It is possible that Garner has in his records which one went where, because they were shipping them out. So they may have some of that information, but unfortunately I don't. As far as which as far as the exact order of the robots and where they ended up. The only thing, like I said, I do remember is that the Vegas robot, was sent to, a franchise store from where he was.
Just to clarify, that number 1, was that Las Vegas or the corporate office?
No, number 1 was the corporate office.
Okay.
Yeah, the show actually premiered in the corporate office before the Vegas convention.
Oh, okay. So I don't have any other questions about the development of the AM or Studio C. Just to recap, you said that Montfort most likely would have replaced their adventure machine around December of '97, because you said that they'd waited a few months after that premiere, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they didn't have a Christmas show. That the adventure machine never had a holiday show. We just kept playing it into, till we changed it out.
And then around the summer of '99, there were a bunch of changes, like removing that one stage, starting to convert the cyber programming from the 3-stage programming, and then changing Studio C to DVDs. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a lot of changes that happened in that time frame, and that's when that's that whole time I talked about where we had a large changeover of staffing, that Gene Krim was put over the entertainment department. One of the things that, that Gene really wanted to do with the entertainment department, especially with the studio, was that, he wanted to make it look and feel like a real studio, put more emphasis on in-house production for some things. And so we put in a lot of work changing the studio, bringing in equipment and everything else. Like basically in the photos I put, there's one photo that says original studio. In that picture, that was the final master edit suite. That was where everything was finally assembled together. It was very small desk, very small space. And ultimately what you see in the other pictures were what we changed and what we moved to, which was a much larger professional edit suite, with multiple deck systems. I implemented making multiple programming carts, so we had more than one programming cart. They were all mobile with computers attached to them, so you could and small monitors, so you could see the video playback for time code purposes, and you could drag them around the room, and set them up where you needed to. We worked on changes like that. That's also during the time, it was a two-phase thing where the one stage was moved from originally across from the three stage to the side of the three stage, and then Studio C was installed. So, at one point we had all three stages in one room. And then ultimately the one stage was demolished and removed when the Rosetta translator software was implemented, and we were sure it was working correctly. And then they turned that into an office, and that office was Jeremy Blado's office, that they put together for him. So that's where the one stage had been. So yeah, a lot of changes happened during that time, with inside the entertainment department studio itself.
Was 1999 the time that they adopted the Department 18 name, or was that always a name and that was just when they made the logo?
No, that was that's one of the things that I was involved with. It was one of those things that we were trying to come up with a name. What would you call a production company and everything? And ironically, as far as the way corporations and businesses go, you have different departments. They usually have a numerical number, and entertainment was Department 18. And it was like, hey, let's just call it Department 18 Productions. And we're like, oh, that works. Let's go with that. And then when we thought about it, like, okay, how do we want Chucky to look? And the first thing that popped in was, we want the Men in Black look that we had the art from, that has, Chucky, doing his Men in Black pose. And that's where it came from.
Cool.
So every time I coded invoices, when I started working at the corporate office, I always wrote down, it was Department 18, account number, whatever. So that's literally where it came from. It was actually from the financial end. It was known as Department 18.
So the last thing that I can think of asking for the time being is, while you were there, do you remember the disposal of any valuable things such as costumes or other sorts of things that we would probably find value in?
Occasionally, there'd be some old outfits or experimental outfits that would get, thrown out, but not a lot. Probably the biggest thing that would have been of any collector value to somebody was the one stage show. And when the one stage show was removed from the studio, it was thrown in the dumpster. I bear witness to that one because I saw it go. The same thing happened to the Awesome Adventure Machine. The company is not known for holding on to that kind of stuff, obviously.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, let's move on. Jonah, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir, I do.
All righty.
Okay, so some of these, they're gonna be more personal towards you. Not personal, but stuff that kind of you've experienced, obviously. So first one, what made you want to give mobiles such unique stage setups, or what more or less gave you the ideas for them?
Two things. One of it was the stage was in such bad shape that anything you did was an improvement. Second was, it was out of passion and love of the show itself. Looking at it going, this could be so much better. This could be more entertaining. This could be a visual spectacle for people to enjoy coming in and, being interesting again, and not so, I guess the word I'm looking at, not so sterile. That was the thing that always got me about concept unification, was it was so sterile looking.
That's reasonable for sure. Another one. This one's kind of a one-off. What are your experiences, if any, with Aaron Fechter in creative engineering?
Really limited. I did talk to him on the phone at one point in time. He invited me to come out to a store. Courtney actually reminded me of this. I had just forgotten it. I went to a store that they were doing a franchise conversion. They were converting it back into a Rock-afire explosion from a Chuck E. Cheese's. I was there for about a day or so and worked on, it was on a weekend, and worked on converting a Jasper back into a Beach Bear. There weren't any cosmetics on the show when I got there. Everything had been stripped down. But I worked on mainly, mechanics and stuff like that. I did speak to Aaron, like I said, over the phone, and I did speak to him in person. I also spoke to him in person at IAAPA. I think originally when I was talking to him on the phone, I was talking about the Rock-afire explosion and how I grew up with that, and there was a lot of creativity in that. And of course, at that time, creative engineering really, as it today, it creative engineering is basically Aaron, and so there wasn't any, necessarily employment opportunity out of that, but there was the thing of kind of working. But I was basically doing the work as a volunteer when I went over, and like I said, I just done it for a little bit because I didn't have a lot of time at that time. And then I went back, later to see what the final product was, and the show it wasn't that long. I mean, probably within a year or less, and the show was back to Rock-afire, but it was already showing major issues.
Interesting. On the topic of Lafayette and everything, between all of us, we have looked at Lafayette and we've seen a number of newspaper articles between when they closed as a Chuck E. Cheese, conversions, auctions in that time before they reopened with the Rock-afire explosion. One article that we looked at that had a number of things listed from that was for sale. They had mentioned a possible 2 shows. Was that a thing at all from your recollection at your time at Lafayette?
If I remember correctly, there may have been a second set of characters stored upstairs.
That's what we thought. Because it was definitely a possibility. They had 2 listed. Both were under separate names. One was under one of you guys. I know y'all are more familiar with this. One of them was the Billy Bob Show or something, and the other was, what was the other?
Rock-afire Show.
Yeah, one was Rock-afire and one was Billy Bob for whatever reason. They're the same thing, of course, but very cool to know that that's a possibility. back to Mobile. Where do you personally think you would be today if you hadn't gotten the step up from Mobile? Would you possibly still be there as their head tech? Would you have moved? You know, what do you think?
Um, Honestly, that's always an interesting question. I probably, the direction I would have gone, I would have to say, would have been more towards, uh, if I hadn't have moved to like probably a district tech level, I probably would have ended up actually going to work for like a Garner Holt or an advanced animations or Disney's Imagineering department. I would have headed that one of those directions. That's kind of where my passion was.
Interesting. Regarding the conversions and stage overlays for Mobile, do you have sort of a time estimate as to how long each of those may have lasted in store?
Yes, I kind of changed them out. Typically, they were kind of changed with the show tapes. The first one to come was the Vegas style set. That was the first major change after after I had initially started working there and cleaned up the show. That was the first change, and then that transitioned into the winter set for the ended up winter set for the holiday show, and then after the holiday show came the playroom. I mean, that was literally the order they came in.
Very cool. Did all three of these make their debuts in 1995, maybe 96?
Yes, they did.
Okay, that knocks one thing out. So another sort of personal question for you. What made you to decide to record all of these things, such as mobiles, setups, and the Awesome Adventure Machine, Studio C, all that stuff?
I recorded Mobile because two things. One was for my own personal purposes to be able to show family, friends, stuff that I had done. Also, my district manager, who was incredibly supportive of me, was like, you really need to make a video of this and send this into the entertainment department. And he was like, this is really worth them looking at. And there had been a large buzz around the company. It was kind of, I was notorious. I don't know if that was a good or bad thing at the time, but it literally was. I was known as, this guy in Mobile is doing stuff to the show. When I was at that store and started doing those changes, we were on deck for the was it phase 2 remodel. So when they came in and started opening everything up and knocking out walls and putting windows in, put in the tubes, we were in for a major overhaul. And I kind of was pushing the stage as, a lead in to, new things are coming, to the store. But no, I was encouraged to, record that, send it in as kind of, like I said, as a promotional piece, just to say, hey, these are some things we've done out here, with the show. There were people that knew about it. I mean, when they were coming out to, look at the store for its remodel, there were several corporate people there that knew that I had done this and came and saw what was there, and so it wasn't like I was trying to hold it a secret, and it also wasn't like I was trying to shove it in anybody's face. It was just a matter of wanting the show to be better, so that's kind of how all that that's how that kind of came to be. And that's why I recorded that. Now, as far as recording the Awesome Adventure Machine, I recorded that because I knew we had no recordings. And I knew, at that time that, this show was on its way out, so I was like, I need to at least record it, and have a recording. So that, and the same thing for Studio C. It's like, hey, let's get a recording of this. The footage I have of Chucky on blue screen, that was when I released that was kind of more of an experiment. We just thought, well, let's do some footage of him on blue screen if we ever need to put the robot into some video somewhere. It was just, something we thought of as an idea, but it's for various reasons, but archiving it, certainly for the adventure machine, that was the main reason of taking video footage of it.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't for you and you recording that, well, there would legitimately be nothing aside from the promotional photos, a couple newspaper clippings. That would be it. And that was it for the longest time.
The only other footage that I know of would have been from a local news, because they did they had a news crew show up, and they did just a real short. I vaguely remember seeing it on the news, and it was very, very short. You got to see Chucky for like 15 seconds,
Yeah.
It wasn't, it was a little bit just to say, oh, look, this is new with Chuck E. Cheese. It wasn't like a huge,
Okay. So going back to Mobile, I'm gonna go back to Mobile a good amount, clearly. Let's see. When the ideas were proposed for, the stage setups, did anyone give you any hesitation or issues? Did anybody have any problems with it from your recollection?
The only things that, I actually used, believe it or not, I actually used the store employees, the other employees, as kind of a gauge for some of the stuff. I had great coworkers there, so I would be like, here's what I'm thinking. This is an idea. Sometimes they'd say, oh, that sounds good, or sometimes like, well, I don't know about that. I also used the other district techs. I'd bounce ideas off them, like, we had meetings that would be at different stores at different times. We had some meetings at my store, and they got to see the stage there. They got to see what I had done. I took some feedback from them. There was, most of it came from up here, but I've always been one person to involve others and see what their reaction is in general. And there was some things that, like anything, when you're experimenting or you're designing and everything else, you'll have an idea and say, what would it be like this? And then you do it and you're like, I don't really like that. That doesn't work. Great example, Chucky with a blonde wig, made an interesting picture, but in reality, I was like, this isn't working. That's not, he looks better with his hat, but it was just one of those, what if, let's take a look at it kind of things, so, also going along with the polarizing teeth, that's a throwback to the Rock-afire explosion. I added teeth to Pasq. I was like, well, he is a human being, supposedly, so why doesn't he have teeth? So I added teeth because the mask needed a lot of paint work. Same thing with Jasper, added teeth in, of course Helen doesn't have teeth, and Chucky already had the teeth he needed. So yeah, there's things like that. But yeah, I would get opinions from people and kind of, modify stuff as I went through the stage setup. I do have an interesting story about that show that nobody's heard yet, and it just occurred to me. But before I say that, I see George had two questions. He said, was there any reports of kids trying to get inside the awesome adventure machine? And the answer to that is yes. And the solution to that was the plexiglass barrier that goes all the way across Chucky's front. It's about up to his neck. We installed a plexiglass barrier to keep people from climbing in, because if you look beneath Brainy Vac, there's a little dirt devil. There was actually Brainiac was a dirt devil vacuum, and so was Dusty, which is the little dog, quote unquote dog, beneath Brainiac. And Dusty would alternate back and forth. He was on a little motor, that bopped him back and forth. Well, that was a huge pinch point. You get your finger there, he'd, on your finger. So that's the reason the Lexan was installed across the front, as well as to keep people from, when the door's closing and opening, from reaching into that. And then here the second question was, the Adventure Machine footage was shown off at a meeting, according to John Rice. I don't doubt John on that. It probably was the footage I had, or it may have been just a small clip or something. But there was a lot of marketing that went with the Adventure Machine. Marketing was heavily involved in that project, because it was, the actual, if you weren't aware, the code name for the Adventure Machine project was Stage 2000. That was the actual name of the project. And obviously its supposed rollout was for 2000. I mean, hence the name. But it was officially known as the Awesome Adventure Machine, was the name of the show, but the code name was Stage 2000. Back to interesting things about Mobile is the first holiday show that I put together, that I decorated, ended up, we had some employees that thought it would be funny, as well as an assistant manager, that thought it would be funny to trash the show. And they were in after hours and just completely took everything apart, inside out, removed, moved stuff around. I mean, it was a big mess. I walked in the morning and was beside myself, because I was like, how am I going to get all this put back together, and what the heck happened? I involved, I got the store manager, I got involved in this. I got the district manager involved in it. I was so, upset over what had happened. And, I did get an apology for it. I mean, nothing was broken, but, everything that I had been working on had been undone, as far as just messing with it. I don't think I have any pictures from that. I'm pretty sure I don't, but it was really frustrating, because when you put a lot of hard work into something and then somebody, comes in and undoes it all and thinks it's funny, it's really frustrating. But that's a little known fact about the stage. That happened the first Christmas I was there. The winter holiday set you see was from the second Christmas. So yeah, a little bit of interesting trivia. Let's see. A couple more things here. Let's see. Courtney said, sort of a fun side note, one of Pasquale's play kitchen set pieces was under the stage until it was demolished. That's kind of funny. It must have fallen through the trap door for the Mac valves. And Courtney says, was I the one to remove Helen's pom-poms at Mobile? There's a photo from it where she doesn't have them. No, I did not remove her pom-poms. That must have been somebody else, because I had them. They were there to be permanent, unless it was just a fluke with the photo where I was readjusting them or something. But I didn't remove them. Anyway, back to Jonah. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you are perfectly fine. A couple more questions for you. As I was checking out the new photos that you scanned for all of us of Mobile and whatnot, I was checking out the playroom stage, and I happened to notice the fact that on the other two setups, where building and moon normally are, there's normally something covering them, correct?
Correct.
There was nothing covering the area for Building and Moon on the playroom stage. So at that point, were Building and Moon just flat out gone, or were they moved elsewhere?
They were in the control room. They were stored in the control room.
Oh, very cool, very cool. So they were moved that early. That's interesting. So since you were at the entertainment department for a number of years, you were there before they remodeled, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have photos of, and this may be the only thing that exists or just flat out explains the answer to my question, but they had the portrait characters at Department 18. We've only seen, as far as I'm concerned, Jasper, Chucky, and Pasquale that they had. Were those the only three that were there?
Those were the only three. They were right across from the elevators. And yeah, that was the only three that was in the building. There was no other wall portrait characters.
Do you have any idea what may have happened to Helen or Munch or any of the others?
What I've learned from this group is that they were actually on loan. They were supposed to be leased, and then they got damaged. I think y'all said 2004 or 2003, something like that. They were damaged, and there was a kind of a falling out in that process. But no, to my knowledge, those were the only three that were ever there.
Okay. One last question for you. Do you have any negative memories or interactions that just flat out stand out from your time with CEC?
I think the biggest thing, and probably when I decided that, it was time for me to kind of look at different things, was I kind of was seeing the direction that entertainment was heading at CEC. People say you see the writing on the wall. We were talking about, downgrading. I mean, a brand new show that had just been produced, we were reducing 32, we were going from 32 movements to 16 movements. We were scaling this back, scaling that back. The direction of entertainment in general, was changing. And for me, the vision that I had was different than that. My vision going into CEC was that, why can we not pull off, what you would say is, Disney quality entertainment? Why cannot why aren't we, pushing for, similar to what people have memories of with the Rock-afire explosion, that wow factor, that quality of entertainment, and there's a lot of things that factor into that. I mean, the amount of licensing and permissions and stuff that you have to have in order to put music into those shows, and to be able to re-record things and have the characters sing. I mean, it's enormous. There's an enormous amount of work that goes into that, and cost. And I think, I realized that the vision that I had, the things that I wanted, weren't exactly the same as from where I saw it from, a lot of the executives within the company. The direction, they were following more of a financial direction, which I understand. I mean, the numbers have to make sense. Obviously, you can't run a company that's hemorrhaging money, even if it has awesome entertainment or something else. I mean, that doesn't work. But there was, I noticed that, things were, the vision was different, and so, that was tough, and it was not easy for me to move on. It really wasn't. It was a hard decision. I didn't take it lightly. But at the time I thought, it was probably the best time to make a change, for me. So, I have, one of the things that I actually said in my exit interview with the company is that, I would always be glad to come back to CEC Entertainment, to the entertainment department. If the vision of entertainment, was to, expand, if the idea was to kind of, try to revolutionize something and be creative again. I left on good terms, and, I have, no ill will towards anybody there, I lost, a lot of extremely talented coworkers, through the process of different, vice presidents taking over different departments, everything else. A lot of talented people, but we had a lot of talented people that came on board. So, it's one of those things that it's a life experience, that you move through, and you always, find a new chapter of your life that, that you move into. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it certainly does. And what you said about, all the covers and the music and all that, how much it takes to really do that, and kind of helping CC get to the point of, well, the Rock-afire explosion days, that's kind of what made the Rock-afire what they were. A lot of their stuff was covers, and whenever they did shows, they went all out, more in the earlier to mid 80s, because towards the end they started dumbing it down. But and also on a physical aspect with the Rock-afire, whenever concept unification came about in the later 80s, you had all those props, you had such a full stage, all the lights, they dumbed all that down after the late 80s and concept unification. So after that point, the show just wasn't really what it was originally meant to be. And
really what it boiled down to in the history of the company is, it came down to the company wanting to buy the intellectual property rights to the Rock-afire explosion from Aaron. And I think Aaron, in his own decision, was very smart and said, no, because if I give you these rights, then you can do anything you want to the Rock-afire explosion. I mean, you could make it disappear completely. And so by him not agreeing to that and saying, instead, I'm, going to keep my rights, and then the company changing the show to Chuck E. Cheese to unify everything, since they didn't have any, license with him over the looks of the characters, but they owned the mechanics of the characters, they had to part ways. That was not that was, my understanding, was not a pretty departure on either side. But I think, for history's sake and for people's memory, at least, the Rock-afire explosion has stayed intact to its original idea and concept, even though it's not out there like it used to be, even though, it's not the same, there's still what you remember, and the way it was done is still out there,
Yeah, and the thing with it staying with Aaron, that's got its goods and its bads, because today, if you think about it, Aaron Fechter, he is his own, he should be his own species if we're looking at this on a large scale, because I have never talked to another man like him, and that's not in a good way. And with the way he manages things, and
he is a highly creative person. I'll say it, that way. Everybody has their talents, and he is very, very creative. But you start getting into other factors, and that's not his, everybody doesn't have their strong suits in everything. So yeah, he is definitely an extremely unique individual, but that has its, like you said, that has its pros and cons.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if they did go with Chuck E. Cheese's, and they kept the Rock-afire, of course, things probably would definitely be a lot different. But we'd have a lot more freedom with that show, with what we can do, with what we can, because today we can't post a YouTube video of the characters performing without Aaron Fector taking it down unless it is on his show.
Right.
Let's say if it's on Damon Breland's show, which is, my local show. Oh yeah, Aaron takes that down in a heartbeat. But see, that's why I say that's the pros with Chuck E. Cheese's. If they got them, if we wouldn't have to deal with all this, But like I said, it's got its pros, its cons, but it's fine where it is. It's what it's become, and we have to deal with what we can. But that's all for me. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, let's open the floor back up to everybody because we've gone through each person. So, what other questions we got? Anything?
So I have something about Mobile since we were kind of on that topic earlier. I guess it's somewhat a question because it might just be a coincidence, but you went to the IAAPA show in 1995 in November, and you saw the new Rock-afire, and they had the toy show on one of those stages where they got little kitty stuff and everything. And Fats had a very specific vest on him that was rainbow-colored cats. And then on your winter stage of the photos you've shown, Munch is using that exact same pattern on his vest. And I remember last interview you said that the seamstress hadn't used any specific patterns, but I noticed that was an exact match. And it's coincidentally kind of the same character between Fats and Munch. So I was curious if that was intentional that you saw that pattern and put that on Munch for the winter stage.
I don't know. Could be. Yeah, it was influenced from that toy show. I was really impressed with the overall look of that. And when we were going through it, when I'd seen it and everything, when I was coming up with that, kind of moving forward with some character costumes, the reason we did a vest actually for Munch was because Munch has a natively a native issue of his neck fur. It was yellow, and the neck fur being yellow with the purple hair underneath, as he rubs his head like this back and forth all the time, that yellow fur gets eaten alive and starts turning purple, starts looking nasty. And so what the vest did was reintroduce a yellow piece in here that kept it looking normal, but it was Velcroed, and you just pull it out. And if it gets worn out, you pull it out and you just put in a new one. That was a lot of the costumes were designed with those kind of things in mind. It's like, where are the wear points in this stuff so that you're not having to replace this $300 piece of fur that goes all the way around him, when your issue is about $10 worth of fur, but yeah, the Playroom set does borrow a little bit from the toy show from Creative Engineering. I will fess up, there was inspiration from that.
Oh.
Was the Adventure Machine design based off of Cranium Command from Epcot at all? Because there's a lot of similarities, like fuzzy in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, you noticed that. Officially, I don't know. Unofficially, the timelines are real interesting, and the fact that the company that they were kind of working with, it was in Orlando. I kind of find it interesting, because also the other thing with Cranium Command was it used stereo video. You had a left eye and a right eye. There were and other monitors involved, but I kind of find that interesting, and the idea was that of the Adventure Machine was that, Chuck and kids all came together to build this machine. And Cranium Command was kind of like, what would you think a child would think of the inside of their head? How's that going to look? So officially, I have no idea, but it is fascinating to kind of look at the two and go, there's some real similarities here, I mean, and another thing interesting about the Awesome Adventure Machine is the fact that the that the shows that were being produced before the Adventure Machine, my understanding is before the Adventure Machine actually was, built, they were kind of designed for the Adventure Machine. There was the Tall Tales and Heroes show, I believe, as well as Destination Imagination. You had Rose, your rockin' on board systems engineer. I mean, those were all things that were leading into the Awesome Adventure Machine. Because if you look at those shows now, after seeing the Adventure Machine, you're like, it's like you could have dropped that show into the Adventure Machine. It's kind of the direction it was headed.
And Disney was the one that was paid to make those shows right before the Adventure Machine came around too.
I don't think it was, Disney directly. I mean, it was a third party company. I think they had ties with Disney.
Yeah, I don't know if Disney directed.
Yeah, it's not a Disney. It wasn't. I don't think it was Disney owned, but I think they had ties with Disney in some form or fashion, or had done work for Disney. But I do know that the material, was produced in Orlando. And then with the Adventure Machine show, the actual show that it premiered with, it was brought back to Dallas, and it was done with the Stokes Group. That was the group that did the video production when I first got there with the department. They were the ones that did the post-production and also the video shooting and stuff. So that was done in Dallas.
What are some of are there any experiences at the Mobile store that kind of stood out to you? Like, what was the store like back then? Because, when I went, it was kind of.
When I got there, the store, the store was in rough shape physically. When I'm in games and rides and everything else, it was showing a lot of wear. It had a lot of old games. It had a lot of old rides. In fact, in the kiddie section, because we had the giant ball pit. When I first got there, it still had the huge ball pit. And the kiddie rides, notoriously, we had two that were the lift rides. One was an airplane, and I don't remember what the other one was, but those things leaked oil so bad. Literally, I would have to put initially a pizza tray underneath the ride to catch the oil dripping from the pump that operated. There was a lot of worn out stuff that needed paint jobs. The skee ball lanes, half of them weren't working half the time. They actually weren't skee ball lanes. They were actually Fabco lanes. It was a different company. But they vibrated so bad. Anytime you play them, literally, it would vibrate the circuit boards out of the top behind the display, or then start having where the display would lose segments and wouldn't show the exact score, or the whole machine would reset. There were lots of stuff like that in that store, and it took a lot of work to fix a lot of that. I did lots of work of taking cosmetics off of games, and having them repainting them myself, or having them sandblasted and then powder coated. Trying to clean up things. That store, it had seen better days. But we did end up with we had a good crew. There was a good management crew that was there that was working hard on it. And there was good staff. There was two shift leaders that were working there that I absolutely adored. I'd open up the store every morning with them. And those two women, they knew how to open that store like clockwork. They came in and knew how to get the till set up in the front, salad bar set up, and they knew they'd worked at that place forever, and they knew exactly what to do. And they were some wonderful people to work with. They were the kind of people that put a smile on your face. I think the only thing I remember was when I first got there, the store had a pinball machine that I absolutely hated, because it was in such bad shape and so old that every time you tried to go work on the thing, you'd get electrocuted. it had loose wires everywhere and shorted stuff, and it wasn't on the outside that you got it. You'd go inside the machine, try to work on it. Anything you touch as you were working on it, you'd get zapped half the time. I was so glad to see that thing go. But the store had a lot of old games, and one of the things that we did was, as the other stores were getting their remodels, they were getting rid of some of their games that were in great condition that the company was about to basically trash. And so we worked out a deal. I actually rented a U-Haul, and I drove around to some of the other stores in the district and picked up some of their attractions, some of their rides that were going to get demolished, brought them back to my store, brought them back to Mobile, and got rid of the ones that were in really bad shape, and brought some games in before we ever got the remodel. So, there was a lot of things that happened. One of the other small things about that store is when I started doing work on the stage, when I took Pasquale's back wall down, I just ended up using it as like giant wallpaper for the tech office. I just recut it. It was just made of cardboard. I recut it to fit the tech office, and it was one of the walls in there.
Yeah, you would have been disappointed to see what it had become within the last couple of years. Mobile's it was okay for a while there, but Courtney can tell you, because she went for a lot longer than I did, and probably a lot more often. But yeah, it had some problems, and towards the end of its life, a couple months, the show just flat out died. It didn't function at all.
They had trouble keeping their technicians and stuff. I don't know what was wrong with them, but
that store evidently has just always had problems. I mean, because that's what was explained to me before I even went to the store. When I was originally going to be the assistant tech, I mean, they were like, "We have a problem keeping techs here," I mean, it was interesting, and I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, I know when I had left the store, one of the biggest problems with the 3-stage shows, and this was across the board, is mechanically, one of these things they added to the 3-stage shows, and this is during the Rock-afire explosion, was the little inline oilers, where you would pour pneumatic oil into this little device that had an adjustable knob, and the theory was that it would push lubrication up into the character and into the cylinders to keep the cylinders lubricated so they don't dry out. Well, the problem with that idea is the air system's actually kind of a closed system, because you have air moving one direction and air moving the other direction, but it's the same air back and forth. So this mist of oil, once it, if it's trying to push in, well, it only can go, the airline only goes so far. The air only fills up in that cylinder so much before it's pushed back out. So how are you going to get oil to come in and stay inside that cylinder if it's only moving 3 inches, worth of air? And what happened with that is, what ended up is that oil gums up the mech valves, and it gums up everything else. And it would also leak out of the exhaust manifolds. A lot of the stages, if you looked underneath them, you'd find more pizza trays where the exhaust manifold would sit from each character, because oil would be dripping out of it. And so one of the first things I learned when going to that store was, don't use the oilers. The oilers or just make more problems. So what we had some lubricants that we used when we would rebuild the cylinders, the ones that were rebuildable. When we would rebuild them, we'd use a different kind of lubrication that lasted much longer. And we'd also put some bumpers inside to help the impact of the cylinders as moving back and forth, to kind of smooth it out a little bit so it wasn't so hard on the characters' frames. But yeah, I mean, mechanically, and all the adjustable valves for every single cylinder for the speed and having to calibrate that nonstop because they don't hold their position well. That's why if you notice a lot of other animatronics, when they do the digital animatronics, they actually use the flow restrictors, which are the little colored restrictors that go in line that actually have a preset volume of air they allow. That's what Studio C had with it. And flow restrictors are just much more reliable and they're easy to replace. If one gets damaged, you just pop it out and pop another one in. And you don't have as many, it takes out a lot of the guesswork when you're trying to take the show and run the diagnostics and synchronize it so that the playback is the same every time. Whereas, yeah, you do have infinite control with the adjustable valves. It also creates an infinite problem of keeping everything calibrated. So there's a trade-off with a lot of that, and that is a problem with the 3-stage shows. And what happens is when nobody's working on it, all that stuff comes back to haunt you. Those MAC valves get clogged, they get gummed up, they stop functioning because they're gummed up. The valves get out of adjustment, or a movement slows down and somebody's like, well, this movement quit working. Well, let me go open this valve as far as I can. Well, then they open it all the way, and then you got this banging action back and forth, which starts tearing apart the cylinder and the frame of the character. It does not take long for those 3-stage shows to kind of self-destruct when they're not maintained.
Yeah, there's video of Mobile from '96, I think, and their Chucky walk around had a cowboy hat. Did you have any hand in that?
No, that obviously was a local thing, because even on the corporate level, we didn't have a cowboy hat for Chuck. So I think somebody just stuck a cowboy hat on him.
So you mentioned that you had been to the Pensacola store. What did you do over there?
I went over there to do some training with their tech, and I'd also go over there and help him out on a couple of projects. We did some testing in his store of some of the costuming stuff, so that's why I went over to Pensacola. It was just another one of my coworkers, and I'd go over and kind of do a little bit of training in his store and also help him out with stuff.
All right.
I noticed you said that you'd been to a couple of the stores in the district to pick up games and whatnot. I'm not sure if this store was in the district or not, but did you ever happen to visit Gulfport?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Man,
now, the stores that I went to when I was changing out games was I did a vertical drive. It was Mobile, Montgomery, Vestavia, and then may have been Huntsville too. So I did a drive up I-65.
So at your time at corporate, do you think there were any significant changes that you had made that wouldn't have happened if you had not worked there and had done all of this? Do you think anything would have been different if you had not been there?
Well, I'm sure a lot of things would have been different. And you never can really know for sure. There's always that's an unknown.
Yeah.
But I will tell you the biggest battle that I had with another individual at corporate was I had this very intense debate back and forth with Gene Cram when he was over entertainment, and we were talking about moving forward. We were talking about Studio C. We were talking about the technology behind it, and it was the debate over whether we premiere Studio C with Laserdisc or we premiere it with DVD. And that was the time where DVD had just hit the market, and I was Team DVD, because Team DVD gave us an ability that we didn't have with Laserdisc, which was the fact that we could fit so much more content with this with technically better quality video on a disc that was 5 inches. And we sparred on that one back and forth. In fact, one of the times he challenged me, he said, well, how can you tell me that they're not going to improve Laserdisc to where Laserdisc, can have more footage on the same amount of disc? And, I kept coming back and I said, Laserdisc is a dying format. And personally, I owned a Laserdisc player. And I had movies, Laserdisc movies. But I was like, Laserdisc is a dying format, because with a Laserdisc, you couldn't fit a 2-hour movie on one side. It wasn't an option. You had to have the Laserdisc, half the movie was one side, half the movie was the other. And you had a choice of flipping over the disc physically or spending more money on a player that could read both sides, but there was a slight buffer in the movie where it would pause, for just a second or two as the sides changed, and then it would pick back up. They'd always try to do it during a fade in the movie. But, I was like, I was really the pro DVD saying, this is the future. I was like, how can this not be the future? It's the size of a CD, yet, it's a full-length movie, and we can fit so much more content on this disc and in a much smaller space. And like I said, we sparred back and forth on it until finally he kind of gave me a financial challenge, and he said, convince me financially that this is going to work. Because once again, with DVDs, you were paying a premium to copy discs, to pay, you had to buy a bunch up front and everything else. And I went and worked with the vendors and, came back with numbers. And I was like, with DVD, we can author the disc ourselves in-house, create the disc, and we can then make prototype discs that will play back on our own system, and then we can have copies made, and here's the cost, and here we're looking at X amount of stores, and this is the cost between the two. And when I was able to present it to where you looked at it and said, well, this actually is not going to cost us as much, because we knew the Laserdisc costs were fixed at the time. There was no getting cheaper. It wasn't going to get less expensive. But DVD was getting less expensive and was moving fast, So when we came to that, there was a meeting that we had when we were discussing Studio C, and it was in one of the conference rooms. And I remember I was sitting there, and at one point, Gene looked across the table at me and he said, okay, we're going to do DVD. Are you happy now? And of course, I just smiled and said, it's the right thing. It's what we need to do. And of course it was the right decision, and I'm really glad about that. And I'm glad I stuck to my guns on that, because I knew that was the direction we needed to go. And what was great about it is that at that time, Pioneer was who provided our Laserdisc players for the shows. And Pioneer had developed a DVD player with the same kind of industrial capabilities, because that was the challenge. We needed a DVD player that was designed to run in commercial environments nonstop, basically one that's made to play 24/7. And they created one. They made one. And it was controllable via computers. It had all the features, everything we needed, except, we had the benefit of being able to squeeze, actually more than 2 hours if we wanted to, onto a disc. The video quality goes down, but you could fit more time onto it. Because originally one of the things we had looked at before the Laserdisc with the Adventure Machine, we had also looked at video CD, but video CD was limited to MPEG-1 compression. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with what that looks like, but it was sub VHS quality. I mean, it was rough. And the price was cheap, but it wasn't right. It wasn't what was needed, and we quickly just, we quickly put that to the side because it was just like, this isn't going to work. There's just no way this is going to work. We toyed with it a little bit. But I would say the one thing what was real interesting was the move from Laserdisc to DVD. It was a huge decision. And I'm very proud of the fact that we made that change. That influenced way more than Studio C, because that ultimately became all the stores.
Yeah. I guess a curious technical question, was there a reason, I guess it was also because the first stores were using that modem stuff, but was there a reason that Studio C didn't just put the show data onto the DVD along, without having to make a separate floppy disk up until even, 2021, they're still having to make floppy disks for the show data. Was there ever a technical reason why that couldn't all be dumped onto the DVD? Or
yes, and it's basically the limitation of the bit stream that you can put in the playback for the system to decode. When the data is there, you're able to infinitely store more data, as data on the computer, having it separate from the optical media, and also knowing that you have full control on the data and the data won't accidentally get tampered with. Great example is what you see on shows where the existing stages where they eject the disc when they're not supposed to. With the Studio C format, it won't let you do that. And it gave more ability to the system. Same thing with being able to add the karaoke module. You can't do that if your data has to be encoded in an audio format. It also eats up the audio channels on the system where, you can specify, you can have a music on hold track on one channel. I mean, the way the cassette tapes, the VHS tapes were done for all the stores, we were using, basically 4 audio channels. You had, one channel is your music for the showroom. You had another channel, which was your data signal going to the system. One channel was your game room music, and the other one was music on hold for the phone system. So, we were using every available audio output, which was, you had 2 hi-fi tracks on the VHS and you had 2, normalized audio tracks. There weren't hi-fi. So, we used all of that. And with the Laserdisc players and DVD players, we were using available audio, as being able to produce in the AAM, we were able to use the stereo audio, to create Dolby Pro Logic Surround, and we couldn't have done that if we were having to add data to the disc as well to play back. It also limited the amount of functions you had.
Yeah. I guess one last thing about show tapes. I guess since this was around the time you were there, can you confirm possibly what was the last show tape to be produced for C stage and rocker stage? Because there were 2 SVH tapes for stores, and one was for road stage and 1 and 2 stage, and then one for CNR. And so we have that marked as, I think, January 1998. But I wanted to make sure, because that's only from what we can see from pictures of show tapes. But if you had made more,
that would have been, that's probably correct, because when we were renovating the studio, I mean, we consolidated the programming for the Cyberamic stages. We consolidated that down to 1 tape, 1 format. So that came along with that transition. So that's probably pretty accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Out of curiosity, okay. Sorry, Courtney, you go first.
Oh no, you can go first. Sorry.
Well,
I'll
I'll answer. George had a quick question. He said, "Did I visit Tallahassee, Florida?" The answer is no. But we had an assistant manager come from Tallahassee, Florida. So I did know somebody from the Tallahassee store, but I never visited it.
When was the last time you stepped foot in a Chuck E. Cheese? Was it during your work there, or did you ever visit out of curiosity after?
Oh, it's been a while. I mean, not a long time. I probably was in one. Well, I mean, I'll say it was 2021. I probably was in one about probably 8 years ago. Maybe about 8 years ago. Took nephews and nieces to one just to have some fun, you know. But I mean, yeah, that's probably the most recent. I mean, it's been years, but it's most recent. But I do, I've kind of kept up, with everything. Like I said, when the announcement of the dance floor came around and everything, I was very aware of that, and knew that was, the direction. Knew that was the direction they were going a long time ago. But it was interesting to finally see that, come out. But yeah, I have been in the stores. It was funny. I used to, after I'd first kind of left the company, I did have there was a couple times I went to the Vestavia Hills store, a couple other stores, just visiting. And once they had gotten a Studio C, kind of looking at what they had done with it, and I found it amusing that little gags and stuff that I had put in that we had in the system were still there. That security codes, I still had security codes to get into the show control. It was funny little things like I said, "Hey, watch this," click on the pin pad and go, "Look, I can access it. Let's see, there's live shows, there's this, that the codes hadn't changed. One of the little gags that I had put in the system on the wall-mounted controller was if you entered the wrong code, it would give you this randomized little it would give you a sign that said wrong way, or give you a sign that said no entry, or give you a big band sign. We had some fun designing some of that stuff for the controllers, just as little inside jokes. When people would, if you put in the wrong code or tried to mess with it, I thought that was kind of funny. Some of the codes to do things were based on people's telephone numbers. It was a 4-digit code system, so there were some 4-digit codes that had to do with people's phone numbers. Stuff long since gone, but that were just part of the programming.
So I had a question about the Rock-afire tapes that were at corporate. Were those the master tapes that you put onto? I think it was you that put them onto a DVD. Or Travis?
The tapes that we had, they were either, I don't think they were necessarily the master. I guess they weren't the master as far as like what came from the production company, but they were the master as this is what was used to duplicate for all of the stores, if that makes sense. It was the duplication master.
All right.
Because the way that worked is we would have everything edited down and then transferred to an SVHS cassette. And then that was the duplication master. That master was then fed into the main playback. And then you'd load 15 blank tapes into 15 tape decks. And there was one remote that controlled all of them, put all the tapes in, you'd back it up, you'd put it in record and pause, and you'd hit play on the master, which would then generate the data signal, and it put out a test tone. And you go to each deck and make sure that the track that contained the data track, the test tone was at the proper decibel level. And then once you had them just all fine-tuned to that, which they pretty much stayed in the same place, then you'd back the master tape back up. You would hit play, and then you would release the decks into, record mode, and then let it run for 2 hours, and then when they would stop, they'd automatically stop. They'd, each stop when they were done, then you'd rewind them, kick them out, do another batch. And you would just keep doing 15 at a time until you finished all the tapes. And we hand labeled every one of them, printed out all those labels. Each one was for, designated, had the store name on it and everything for each label, and labeled all of them, boxed them all, and put them in padded envelopes, and then had a label, went on and took them down the mirror and shipped them all out. The whole process took, like I said, it took 2 weeks at a time.
I wondered why some tapes had the store name on it.
We customized them to the store. It just made it easier when we were grabbing tapes. We know what tape goes to what store. We could also track down, each tape had a little, we had like a serial number on the tape. So that way we knew what batch it came from. So if there was a problem with the tape, it's like quality control. If there was a problem with the tape from a store, if we started getting more than one response, we'd know, oh, that batch, something happened, something was wrong with that batch of tapes. We could narrow it down to a batch of 15.
Okay, I had one more question.
Sure.
So during your time at Mobile, was there anything, like obviously not major, but was there anything left over from Showbiz Pizza that was still there besides the sign out front of the building?
I think the only thing left in that store, if I remember right, was part of the dress and the hand of the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, well, isn't that cool? That just confirmed Mobile had the Statue of Liberty.
I want to say it was above the ceiling in the control room. And I was like, what is this box? And I pulled it down. That was when I was first there. I want to say that's what was in there, because I was like, what is this greenish, grayish, real stiff fabric? And then I was like, there's a hand in here. And I was like, what this is? And I was like, oh, this is like Liberty's hand. But I think really that was the only thing. That was the only thing left over,
I had one more question. Sorry, I kind of thought about this after I asked my first one. So a few years ago, I went into Mobile's tech room, and their technician at the time let me look through some of their tech manuals and stuff. There were these binders up top on one of the shelves, and one of them was silver, and it had like a bunch of schematics for the show and everything. And I was wondering if like one of those belonged to you or something, like if you wrote all that stuff. It was like an inventory of everything that Mobile had, like Jasper shirt 2 or whatever,
No, that wasn't anything unique to me. There was in the tech manuals, there was a complete show breakdown with parts list. So that, that was common for the stores.
Well,
So yeah, that was that, it may have been there since my time there, but yeah, it wasn't anything I produced.
Well, no, these were like handwritten schematics of like show. These were like hand-drawn, handwritten stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That must have been. It may have been somebody else. I don't remember doing that.
So can you say or talk about how corporate and just the people working there at the early time of you being in corporate thought about the 3-stage and the Cyberamics compared to all this new stuff y'all are working on? Like, just what the feel for those type of stages and those type of stores were?
At the corporate level?
Yeah.
There was a lot of excitement. People were interested in it because, it was one of those things of, there was a lot of good things happening in the company at the time. The company bought the rights to Discovery Zone out of bankruptcy so that Discovery Zone could never exist again. because that Discovery Zone almost almost took the company down. With competition. I mean, there was some there was definitely competition there, and so that was some exciting. There's a lot of exciting things happening with the company. We've got positive things, and I think the new show concept was just one of those things. It was a new future and an evolution in the company. New direction to go. So I think all the shows were both shows, the Adventure Machine and Studio C, were both they were met with positive ideas, positive stuff about this is this is good, we need to be doing this.
Yeah, well, I guess I was thinking more of the older shows though. Did they, because y'all were doing all these new concepts, was there any, I don't know, like they weren't cool, or they were considered old fashioned, or why don't we replace all these with the new stuff?
You mean how everybody perceived the older shows?
Yeah, at the time.
I think the perception of the older shows was more of, I think there was a perception of, well, they're obviously more dated, and the other thing I think was just the fact that they in most in a lot of locations, everybody was aware that maintenance was an issue, and they were really starting to show their age, and I think that was it's one thing with a well-kept show, it's another thing when they're falling apart. So I think people were acutely aware of the problems that existed. There was the ideal scenario of a show in perfect working condition, running great, everything else, and then there was the reality of it not being that way. But I think there was much more. I think there was mostly positive vibes for everybody, and I don't think anybody looked down at the older shows. I think they just looked at it as this is where we were, this is where we're going. But
I have
go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, just a funny random trivia. One of the first things I did for giggles when I joined the entertainment department was put in an old EEPROM into the CyberStar system and grabbed one of the Showbiz tapes and popped it in and watched the 3-stage perform Rock-afire explosion numbers. with Chucky being Rolf and Munch being Fats and Helen being Mitzi and Pasquale being Duke and no Billy Bob. That was kind of funny to watch some of that play back. And then the first thing I ever programmed in that studio was I reprogrammed from scratch to the audio. I time striped or one of the recordings that they had, and programmed the 3-stage to the original 16 tons that Fats did with the Rock-afire.
Wow.
No footage of that, but I did it.
So this kind of goes along with that. You mentioned to Travis that you repositioned the characters at Mobile into the Rock-afire positions at one point. Is that? I
did. I did move them around. I moved them around. Pasquale moved around a lot. I did change them around. I at one point had an idea of, what if we took Pasquale's stage and used it as a live performance stage, for when we did live shows. And so I moved Pasquale over, put him where Duke was, moved Helen over, put her back where Mitzi was, to the side of Jasper, which Beef Bear, but put the 4 of them back on stage together, just to see kind of how it looked and how it was, and actually created a small stage platform that jutted out in between the center stage and Pasquale stage were a little platform where you could stand, so as you could use as a step to step up onto the main, onto Pasquale stage. We thought about that, as a concept for, live performance or something, but there was it didn't, it didn't lean itself towards that when I went and I was looking at it and everything, you had issues where Pasquale was looking the wrong way, even with reversing the head moves, trying to get everything to line up. It's still, it was something interesting to try. But once again, that was something that was done overnight, and then it may have, it was visible for like one day, and then I put things back to normal.
So you said that you had programmed the 3-stage and cyberamics. So that means that you probably did use the APS software by Dave. So I was curious because we do have a lot of footage of APS and a little bit of how it worked. I was curious. So was it that there's these things called ASG files that seem to be for characters or parts of characters? Did you select one of those files, and then when you began programming, did it assign bits to your keyboard for you to press, or was there like other buttons and stuff for that type of thing?
Yeah, the ASG files, basically you would pull up, you'd pull up a character or a portion of character, and you would assign it. So you'd say you pull up an assignment, like for instance, there'd be an ASG file. You have an ASG file, create one for mouths, and so you'd pull it up, and you had basically you could assign 8 buttons. There was a actual physical box that had a row of 8 buttons. Actually, it had 16 buttons on it. And you had basically an enable button at the top and then a trigger button. So basically the enable button worked kind of like a record. It was like a record function. And then the trigger button was the actual movement. So like you could pull the assignment of all the mouths, and then you could sit there and mouth 1 would be Chucky, mouth 2 would be Helen, and you'd sit there and you would start play back the time code tape, the tape that had the music on it and the vocals and all that. You start playing that back, and then you would, record enable the function by pressing the top button, and then you would sit there and tap the lower button to do your mouth programming. And the same thing would work. You would say, you do a character, like it'd be Chuck's body, and the assignments would be, it would break out and show you the assignments of, button 1 through 8, what they did, and then you would record those in there. But that's how that worked.
Okay. Weirdly, one of the shows that is on the APS menu is the Beagles, but they're separate from the Beach Bowsers, which was strange. I mean, you weren't there for when that would have been, because that would have been 91. But do you know of anything of there being a Beagles 91 tape that wasn't the Beach Bowsers? Or if you ever messed with that menu and saw any differences?
Honestly, I don't even remember that option in the system when I got there.
Ah.
So it may have been, it may have been removed before then. But yeah, there wasn't anything when I was there for those sideshows.
Okay. Did y'all still have the synchronization program for that? Because there is one screen that we think is for like offsetting all the bits in the system to kind of sync up with the time code on the on whatever video or audio you were using. So did y'all still have that? Or
yeah, we actually enhanced that, putting in the offset, because the offset was designed to compensate for your response time in programming, and everybody's offset was different. Each programmer's offset's different because it's the reaction time of you hearing what you need to do, seeing what you need to do, and pressing the button.
okay.
So as you went through and were recording, you were sitting there recording mouths, putting in mouths. Mouths were always the most critical thing. You're doing mouths and everything, and you come back and you're watching it and you're like, okay, they're not lining up. I need to figure out what my offset is. You'd go in and you'd adjust the offset, and it's by frames. And you'd say, okay, I need to offset this by X amount of frames to line it up. And that's how you got that synchronization built into the file, to where it would correctly represent, the movement would work accurately.
Gotcha. Was there any other like side programs that were with APS that y'all could use that we just don't see?
No, it was pretty much straightforward. It was pretty much just, selecting characters, selecting functions of the show, there wasn't any real side, any kind of side system.
Okay. And then I guess the last thing for APS, did you happen to, I don't know if you'd remember this, but we have most of the file extension names for each show. So like Random Movements is .mvt, which they're all .aps in format. But I was curious if you happen to know what the King or Studio C file extensions were, because it's the only two that we actually don't know the file extension for. I was just curious if you remembered.
I don't know what the King extension was. Studio C, if I had to guess what the extension was, it may have been STC.
But no official, like you're sure or anything. Just
it's not no official memory of that. My best guess would have been an abbreviation of Studio C.
Yeah, weirdly, the 3-stage for 1990 was .sho for show, and then I assume once they added Cyberamic support, they changed that to .3st, and then Cyberamic became CNR and ROA, and then ROA changed to R12 when we got 1-stage and 2-stage. So it was interesting.
Yeah, those moved through. Those moved through. I remember the extensions for that. But maybe Studio C were programmed in .sho. That may have been the extension that we used for Studio C, because the 3-stage did have the 3st. We moved to that. I remember that. And then the other shows did have their extensions. The R12, I remember that.
Yeah.
We may have relocated SHO to Studio C.
There is another one called HLF. We haven't had time to really look into what that one was, but we don't know what actually stage that was. I don't know what half. That's an abbreviation for half, probably. But I don't know what half is.
Yeah, that I don't know but that may have been the shelf. Not the shelf show, but the half stage show that was just the upper portions of the Cyberamic characters.
I suppose. All right, that's all my questions.
Were there any other companies you remember visiting or talking to about the Studio C before you decided with Garner? I know you mentioned advanced animations and creative presentations, but was that it as far as you remember?
Yeah, that was the main two. We may have spoken to Sally. It's possible, but I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But definitely on the other two, we were talking to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Regarding the footage, so the Vegas dance party and the premiere is all that's all after that.
That's all after
the Studio C stuff. That's
what I have remaining to do. So there's and like I said, the footage is the Studio C premiere footage. The way that is it's footage of the stage of Chuck's stage. It's his stage, and it basically alternates back and forth between his stage and the music video, whatever the music video happened to be. So it's not a footage that covers the whole stage itself. It's really specifically kind of on him. which is the same way the dance party footage is on the blue screen. It's strictly the robot, but on the original premiere show for Studio C, it alternates back and forth between his stage and the video footage, is the way that is. And then the Las Vegas footage is, it's more wide footage, wide coverage, because it was shot live on location. So there's some variations in that. But yeah, that's the kind of footage, that's what it kind of naturally looks like. So that's what should be forthcoming.
All right.
You put the Chuck in front of like a regular Studio C blue screen for the video?
No, he was actually standing. I actually had him out actually in the middle of the studio with a blue screen backdrop behind him.
Yeah.
So it was yeah, he wasn't actually on the blue screen stage of Studio C. He was actually just on the floor of the studio with a screen behind him.
So I guess since you've worked on animatronics and you've seen it as a creative medium, what was your reaction to when the first Five Nights at Freddy's game came out and kind of blew up everyone's take on animatronics as creepy and scary and stuff? What was your reaction to that happening?
Actually, when I first heard of it, I was kind of like, somebody was like, "What do you think about Five Nights at Freddy?" And I was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And they were like, "Oh, it's like these, showbiz robots that have gone out of control and everything." I was like, "Oh, it's everybody's worst nightmare, huh?" I think it's funny. I'm amused by it. In fact, I found it even more amusing that Sally was promoting animatronics based on it. I think it's everybody's, it's every child's nightmare for that kind of thing. But I mean, I see the humor in it, the idea behind it, that it's, that it's like, these robots come alive. I mean, if you look back at the old Showbiz Pizza Place commercials, that's what they kind of advertised. They kind of advertised in those old commercials where, everybody leave the store and all the characters jumped off the stage and went running around, So, I mean, it's, it's just, it was, somebody had a good idea, and kudos to them, to turn it into something that, stood out.
Yeah, I think it was a lot based on I think a lot of the humor, and even continuing into the series in all the other games, the humor was always of the mismanagement of the company and the people running the store. And I think it was supposed to be kind of a parody of just how run down the stores are in a lot of places. And it was like, what if they were just so run down? It was a horror game, So
Yeah,
the
scary.
collective management was the humor of it.
Yeah,
I have this pamphlet, Sally, when they designed the whole ride, they never sold it anywhere.
Yeah,
I wish they did.
Yeah, nobody ever bought it. I mean, I saw I saw the promo, for it. I mean, I actually saw it, but yeah.
Yeah, I was at the IAAPA in 2016. They brought like the Foxy, where you would. Yeah, it was an interesting concept.
All right. Anything else?
So when the playroom stage was at Mobile, did you have problems with kids like jumping on the stage and trying to steal those set pieces or something?
Not really, because those set pieces were screwed and bolted to the floor. I knew better than to leave stuff just laying up there. Everything was attached securely. I mean, kids on the stage, that was always an issue with a 3-stage show. I mean, that just, with any of the stages that were low enough, but no, I mean, with set stuff, I always made sure that, everything was attached securely. And I taught my game room attendants and other store, employees, I was always like, if you ever see somebody with their child on the stage, just politely come up and say, sir or ma'am, can, you please, get your child down from the stage just for their safety. Or if you saw a child up there, you just say, hey, I need you to hop down, just real politely, just say, I need you to hop down because, it's not safe for you to stand up here, So, and that's also a culture thing inside the stores, is teaching all your employees, teaching everybody to, respect the show and to look out for it, because, obviously all kinds of accidental damage can happen from people pulling on stuff and yanking on stuff and all that.
Do you have kids back then banging on Pasquale's drum? That used to happen a lot when I went to Mobile. They'd like get up there and beat on his bass drum a lot.
Tap on it. That and grabbing Helen's arms, grabbing her wings, that was also common. Grabbing Chucky's wand, all those kind of things. George says, is there anything you would like to say to the entire CEC and SPP community that loved your work for almost 20 years, and what tips would you give to future techs? Well, first of all, I was actually very shocked that the community out there was actively looking for me. It's very humbling. I took an enormous amount of pride and put a lot of love into the Mobile show. I got it's one of those, being in the right place at the right time and just meeting the right people, got to be involved in some just fantastic projects, and some amazing things. And like any career, there's good things about it. There's fun moments, there's happy moments, there's hard moments, there's difficult times. I certainly won't lie, programming the Adventure Machine overnight, every night, and then during the night, and then turning around and having to go back into the studio with only 2-3 hours sleep and programming 3-stage shows and 1-stage shows, it's hard on you. It's really rough on you. There were times I was working 70, 80 hours a week. You just, sometimes your drive kicks in and you have to do things and you do it out of love, you do it out of passion for the projects, I'm sure this is the same kind of stuff that if you interviewed a lot of Disney Imagineers and previous Imagineers, that you would get a very similar response. It just, you pour your whole life into it, and sometimes you do reach a point where you have to take a step back and you have to kind of remove yourself from it because you've, given your all and you don't have a lot left to give, and, you need to change. I mean, life takes different paths at different times and for different reasons. And I'm glad and, I'm lucky that the portion of my life that I got to spend with, CEC Entertainment, was one of the, more momentous portions of the company where some major changes happened, but there's also a crew that came before me that went through a similar thing, when the change from Showbiz Pizza Place went into Chuck E. Cheese. That was an enormous project, and there's a lot of wonderful people and very talented people that were involved in that. So, there's a lot of us out there that are, lucky to, have been a part of the different projects, and to have that. And the biggest thing about it for me is, I'm still the same, kind of big kid inside as I was, back then. And even as a child, I mean, I can go into a quick example of that is I noticed people, making comments about seeing footage of the Adventure Machine and crying and, just the emotional aspect of it. And I can say as a pure fan of this kind of design and imagination, I was lucky enough. I went to last year, right before the pandemic, and I literally mean like I got home. I went to Disney World and spent a week there. And when I got home, the next day they shut Disney World down due to the pandemic. It was crazy. But I got to ride Rise of the Resistance in Galaxy's Edge. And I have never been on an attraction before in my life that I was speechless and my jaw dropped. I mean, if you ever have a chance to experience that attraction, it fully working, I might add, because there are some technical issues with it. It's phenomenal. I mean, the amount of creativity that was poured into that project is second to none. I mean, it probably arguably is Disney's Imagineering department's best work because of what it takes to pull off that attraction. But as a fan, I was cheering as I was getting off that ride, and of course, it leaves you with the "Let's get back on board, let's do it again." So I'm a huge fan of that. The Country Bear Jamboree, Splash Mountain. Of course, that'll be the Princess and the Frog at some point. Carousel of Progress. I've always been a huge fan of animation, animatronics, and it's the beauty of bringing the essence of life into an inanimate object that has no, based on its own, no life of its own. It's creating that illusion. And that's what makes it so special. So even to this day, I enjoy it, even though I'm not actively, designing anything. Apologize for my cat's tail here. I have a vast appreciation for it. Let's see. And let's see, what tips would I give to future techs? The biggest thing with that is it's tough being a tech because you're torn between, your desire to make things the way you think they should be and the budget you're given. And that's incredibly difficult because the games are always pushed harder than the shows. Games and rides always take priority. They get a larger portion of the budget. Show does not. And also now, the direction the company is going, is a animatronic free environment. It's a dance floor with video screens. So that's a complete change from what the original concepts was. But society changes, things evolve. Things take different directions. So, my advice to techs is, the biggest thing is always just take pride in your work and never be afraid to show it off to people. When you think you've fixed something, repaired something, made something better, tell somebody about it. Say, hey, come look at this. We've done a lot of work here. We've improved this. Take pride in your store. I worked with many techs in my district that had that kind of pride in their store, and it showed. Because when you walked in, their shows were clean, their stores were clean, the games were clean, they were functioning. It's something you just have to take pride in. I hope y'all have a great rest of your weekend. I've enjoyed talking with everybody again. Y'all have a Merry Christmas. If I don't speak to you before then. And like I said, as soon as I get footage, if you've subscribed to the channel, you'll get a notification as it goes up. So we'll see y'all.
See ya.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.